Guys, let's give it a round of applause for all of the speakers and panelists that have been on stage so far today. We are really excited for what's to come the rest of today and, of course, tomorrow as well. If you're joining us online, you must be on the new live stream link if you can hear us now, so welcome back. And if you're joining us from lunch, we're excited to be back into the programming. For the next presentation, we're really excited to cover topics of regulation again. After Larissa Zimbaroff's panel, we started having questions about regulation. Actually, we've been having questions about regulation since this morning. So we're really excited to cover topics in that space. To discuss, we have Brian P. Sylvester of Covington and Burling and Jessica O'Connell of Covington and Burling. And I also want to mention that Brian's team has been involved with the Cultured Meat Symposium in some way, shape, or form since 2018. So we're really excited to have Brian and Jessica here today. And without further ado, I will pass it off to them. Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back. Like was just said, my name is Brian Sylvester. I'm a special counsel at Covington and Burling. Covington is an international law firm based in Washington, and we have an extensive food, drug, and device practice, and we're excited to be here today to talk about some key updates in the cultured meat world.
Yeah, I'm Jessica O'Connell. Okay, I'm Jessica O'Connell. I'm a partner based in DC as well in the Food and Drug Group at Covington, and yeah, very excited to be here. I think we have a somewhat brief presentation, then excited to take questions as well.
Great. Clicker.
Oh.
So, since I've been working in this field over the past couple of years, the questions have evolved regarding the regulatory conversation. We started off back in 2018 figuring out which agency would actually take the lead, because in the United States we have the FDA and the USDA, and the jurisdiction wasn't all that clear. And as the regulatory conversation has evolved really rapidly over the past couple of years, we've seen a lot of firsts. We saw in December of last year, the Singapore Food Agency approved for the first time a cell-cultured product. And in the US, we saw a lot of activity actually over the past 2 to 3 years where the FDA and the USDA have developed interagency working groups. And there's a new rule that's being proposed by the USDA on labeling. And we're excited to talk all about that. Also interesting for us is that, consumers have really become interested in these different alternative protein options, and cultured meat is definitely a strong contender among the different alternative protein options. And so a lot of the questions that we've navigated over the years for plant-based foods apply here to cell-cultured foods as well. And so we'll talk about some of those key considerations from a regulatory standpoint that we should be considering. Another big update was that the USDA just made its first investment in cell-cultured meat, which is great news for the industry. So for today's agenda, just to level set so that everyone understands what we're covering, we're going to first talk about the regulatory framework that exists in the United States for food and how that applies. We have to lay that groundwork so that we can understand what the different laws that apply to cell-cultured meat and alternative proteins generally. We'll talk about the MOU, which many of you would be familiar with, between the FDA and USDA when it comes to cell-cultured meat technology. We'll talk about key considerations, labeling developments, and naming conventions and litigation around labeling.
So just, I mean, and really some of this is very basic. I think a lot of you might be familiar with already, but we really did want to level set for the discussion across the board. Just very high level, kind of thinking about the jurisdictional overlap between FDA and USDA. And so from a legal perspective, from a statutory perspective, FDA has jurisdiction over all food. And so that food includes meat, it includes animals that will produce food or become food. And it's a very broad jurisdiction. In certain aspects of that, FDA and USDA have joint jurisdiction, and FDA will defer to USDA. And so where the overlap comes in the cultured space is really thinking about those products where USDA has jurisdiction as well. And so that's meat and poultry products. That would include products that contain meat or poultry, and so typically the rule of thumb is 3% or less meat, 2% or less cooked. 3% or less raw, 2% or less cooked. And so products like pepperoni pizza, soups containing meat, sauces containing meat, things like that will also fall under USDA jurisdiction.
And to point out, we get a lot of questions about game meat, and so game meat is actually regulated by the FDA. And so it's a little confusing since USDA would regulate cows and so forth.
And then seafood, most is FDA except for catfish, which is USDA. So it's not a straightforward setup, unfortunately, and there's nuances across the board. So the governing FDA law kind of in this space is the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetics Act, and that is what gives FDA broad jurisdiction to regulate food. That's food labeling, that's food marketing, and food safety as well.
And for USDA, we have 3 key statutes: the Federal Meat Inspection Act, the Poultry Products Inspection Act, and the Egg Products Inspection Act. So when it comes to cell-cultured meat and poultry, the first 2 statutes listed here would apply, and those are the statutes that the USDA has been focused on when it comes to the labeling requirements that we'll talk about a little bit later. So talking about these existing precedents and what the USDA and FDA actually regulate currently under existing law, we thought we would break these out as you see here on this slide. So USDA regulates meat and meat food products and poultry products under the 2 statutes we just talked about. USDA regulates establishments that slaughter, but importantly also establishments that process meat and poultry products. And so that's where USDA is deriving its jurisdiction to have inspectors present at facilities that are processing, where you harvest and process cultured meat products. So processing activities generally under USDA's framework include mixing, grinding, fabrication, patty formation, stuffing, mechanical tenderization, cooking, smoking, and so forth. And USDA, under their statutes, determines they're focused on safety, wholesomeness, and the accuracy of labeling.
And then, like I said, from an FDA perspective, the authority is very broad. And so we're starting from a broad and then kind of narrowing in. FDA does determine the safety of food ingredients, and so that includes ingredients that are used in meat or poultry products, seafood products as well. FDA has a lot of experience and expertise in assessing the safety of food products of biotechnology. And so we saw that with GE Salmon, but others as well. And then just taking a step back, FDA is also an agency that regulates medical products and has a lot of expertise with cells and cell cultures and other spaces. And so that's where their expertise comes into play here as well.
And I think we forgot to mention that I'm a former USDA lawyer and Jessica is a former FDA lawyer. So that's why we divided up.
That's why we're going back and forth like this.
So we saw this really cool graphic that many of you have probably seen, and it just shows how the world of cultured meat has expanded over the past couple of years. It's from 2020. Now the map is much more filled, even more than this. And so, we get a lot of questions about the U.S. regulatory framework, but at the same time, the EU is of interest. Different parts of Asia, Singapore obviously, Southeast Asia in particular is of interest to a lot of companies. And so we're keeping track of all these different developments with a focus on the United States, of course. So coming back to the US, we do have this MOU, and just to level set so that everyone understands where we stand in terms of regulatory oversight. This was released back in March of 2019. It outlines how the FDA and USDA work together to regulate production of cell-cultured foods produced from what we call cell lines derived from USDA amenable species, meaning like those types of animals that fall under USDA jurisdiction under the Federal Meat Inspection Act and the Poultry Products Inspection Act. So FDA under this MOU will exercise regulatory oversight up until the point of harvest from the bioreactor. And after that, if it's a meat or poultry product derived from cell culture technology, that's when USDA oversight begins. And so those facilities will need to obtain a federal grant of inspection, much like any other conventional meat processing facility would have to also obtain that federal grant of inspection. The key update that we keep referencing is that last month on September 3rd, USDA published an advance notice of proposed rulemaking soliciting comments and information on labeling USDA-regulated cell-cultured foods. So those would be meat and poultry products. And so the USDA has not yet proposed rules, but they're trying to understand what the key concerns are. They want more information to determine what type of rules they need to actually roll out and propose.
And just one point of clarification, just broadly in the differences between meat and poultry products and other FDA-regulated products, USDA generally has pre-market oversight over labeling, and so they have the ability to approve labels for products that they regulate, whereas FDA does not typically review labels of products before they're launched. And so some of this in terms of USDA overseeing inspection and labeling and the comments on naming really relate to that pre-market ability to review those labels as well. So breaking down a bit more kind of the regulatory pathway, this really breaks it kind of vertically into the stages where FDA would have primary jurisdiction and then USDA. So some of this is repetitive of what Brian just said, but really thinking about how the division of labor is. And a lot of this goes to if you're thinking about coming to market and thinking about what regulators to engage with and when to engage with them and how to start the process, it's important just to think about who has the primary oversight and who you want to be talking to here. So on the pre-market side, we're thinking about what's going into the substances used in the manufacturing, what's going into the growth medium, what equipment you're using, how you are planning to grow and proliferate the cells. That's generally FDA's oversight. Anything related to how that manufacturing process might impact the materials they're using and whether that requires a new safety review or assessment, that's FDA. Considering whether and what components are already approved for use, food additives or GRAS, that would be FDA as well. And FDA has expressed a strong willingness to engage with companies early and regularly throughout this process. And so I think the one thing I would say, especially as a former FDA person, is don't be afraid to engage with FDA early. You don't need a very strong reason to go to them, and I think that group in particular at the agency has welcomed meetings, even if they're just very high level and informational. And so they're not going to hold it against you, and I really think if you're thinking about kind of if you have questions about your process, questions about kind of how to approach certain aspects of it, FDA is willing to have those conversations. The manufacturing process, again, will shift from FDA to USDA at some point. And so I'm going to turn to Brian now to talk about kind of the USDA string of things.
Right, so under the Federal Meat Inspection Act and the Poultry Products Inspection Act, USDA, as we discussed, has oversight. You have to have a federal grant of inspection that you have to apply for. And USDA expects that those facilities will have a hazard analysis plan in place. And so you want to make sure you understand all the potential hazards and that you have preventive controls in place to mitigate against those hazards from occurring. In addition to the manufacturing oversight over the processing facilities, USDA has oversight over labeling because of the pre-market review authority that USDA has. And so some of the questions that will need to be addressed would be product name. Does the product qualify as meat or poultry as it's defined in the regulations? Obviously, the way the laws were written did not contemplate meat or food products, meat or poultry products derived without slaughtering an animal. And so that's been part of the conversation. There's been petitions filed, and we'll talk about that in a second, by conventional meat interests, trying to parse the words so that cell-cultured meat products would have to have certain qualifiers. So back in October of 2020, FDA published a request for information pertaining to the labeling of foods comprised of or containing cultured seafood cells. A lot of the questions from that request for information are repeated or built upon in the USDA advance notice for proposed rulemaking that was issued last month. And so it's important to know that the USDA and FDA will be aligning on key principles when it comes to labeling these products. And we're looking forward to seeing the comments that are submitted to USDA and to see how the FDA and USDA will align. There's a working group that's interagency between the FDA and USDA that's focused on labeling. FDA, as Jessica mentioned, does not have pre-market authority when it comes to label reviews, and so that's why they don't necessarily have to do any rulemaking here, but USDA does have that pre-market authority, and so they are obligated here, in this case, in their view, to publish new rules. In terms of facility inspection, we just touched on that. It's not clear what a USDA inspection of a processing facility, cell-cultured meat processing facility, is going to look like. There's going to be a lot of education that's needed on the part of USDA getting up to speed on what this technology is all about and what the hazards are in order to best oversee the process to ensure that consumers are getting safe and wholesome products.
I mean, I think if you think about the traditional USDA oversight and the kinds of hazards they're used to looking for in a slaughterhouse or meat processing facility, it's very different than what this is. And so I think some of it, too, will be how specialized USDA inspectors will become and will need to become in order to work in this space. I think this is really just what we just covered, but I think the key point is that these agencies are working together, and there are a number of interagency working groups. You know, we've seen there were some hiccups at the beginning in terms of asserting jurisdiction, but I think now what we're seeing is collaboration, and I think a recognition that both agencies do need to partner closely in order to move this process along. So we wanted to touch briefly on naming conventions, just because this is an issue that's been quite kind of quite notable, I guess, over the past few years. I think where it's been more kind of urgent has been in the plant-based space. And so we've seen a lot of plant-based companies engaging on the naming of their products at the state and federal level. But I will say a lot of that activity has been driven, quite frankly, by interest in how cultured meat products will be named as well. And so even though those products aren't on the market right now, what we see at a lot of the federal and state level are advocates bringing forth examples of cultured meat and kind of concerns about how those might be named. So in 2018, the Cattlemen's Association submitted a petition to FSIS, broadly kind of requesting limitations on how words like beef and meat can be used in food naming. There were a number of comments in response to this petition. A lot of comments opposed the petition, but still kind of got to this nuanced issue of whether there should be some qualifier that's required in the cultured meat space to identify cultured products versus those that are coming from slaughtered animals. USDA denied this petition in 2021, and so just recently, a few months ago. And what they said was they were denying it because they're going to address the issue. They don't need to do it how the cattlemen requested necessarily, but that issue is going to be addressed. They put out the ANPR that Brian mentioned a few minutes ago, and that they don't have jurisdiction over the naming of plant-based products. And so USDA doesn't have jurisdiction to conclude whether products like Impossible and Beyond Meat are mislabeled or not, because those are plant-based and under the jurisdiction of FDA. Go ahead.
Yep. So diving into the USDA rulemaking, what are the key questions that the USDA is asking? So it's important to know that USDA has a number of standards of identity for various meat and poultry products on the books. And so now USDA is considering developing new regulatory requirements for labeling cell-cultured meat products. So what is an example of a standard of identity? So here is a standard of identity straight from the regulations, the Code of Federal Regulations for hamburger. As you can see, it's pretty detailed. And rather than me reading through it, you can take a look. But the question to consider here is whether or not this standard of identity only contemplates the use of beef derived from a slaughtered animal or not. And so those are the kind of questions that the agency is seeking to get at. So on the next slide, we lay out a bunch of questions that we extracted from that ANPR, the Advance Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. So for example, should USDA require that product name of cell-cultured products inform consumers that the product was made using animal cell culture technology? If so, what terms should be used to convey this information? Cultured, cell-cultured, cultivated, clean, et cetera. How should USDA regulate the labeling of products comprised of both cell-cultured meat and non-cell-cultured meat? Should USDA be establishing new standards of identity for hamburgers and pork loins and hot dogs that are derived from cell culture technology? And are cell-cultured products likely to use label claims for which USDA should develop new regulations or guidance? Something that I should make clear is that when you have certain claims that are considered special statements and claims on products like natural, and the like, those kinds of claims need to be reviewed by USDA through that pre-market review process that we were talking about. And so this is what that final question is sort of getting at. Are these types of products likely to make certain categories of special claims that would also require USDA to pay special attention to in this space?
And I think for, I don't know if there are many lawyers out there, if any at all, or First Amendment kind of junkies, but I think taking a step back, what's really interesting here is the question of what the government has the authority to require to be disclosed in labeling versus what they can review if it's a voluntary disclosure. And so from a First Amendment perspective, the government can require speech if it's necessary to prevent the labeling from being misleading. And so there's been a lot of case law in different spaces, but what it's come down to is that can't be just based on consumer interest alone. So if there's something that a consumer wants to know, might be interested in knowing, but it's not necessary for the consumer to know to understand the nature of the product and what it provides and what it contains, then the government can't compel that information. And so the biggest example in the FDA space has been FDA has long refused to require that GMO claims be included on products that are produced using bioengineering, because FDA has said, even though a consumer might want to know that information, we don't have the authority to require that information because it's not resulting in a material difference in the ultimate product. There's nothing about that product that the consumer needs to know. And so that's kind of a percolating bigger picture question here of ultimately, there might be a need to require a disclosure or qualifying language of some type to ensure that people know what they're buying. And I think from a marketing perspective, that might be desired in any event. But in terms of compelling speech of requiring additional information, there's an interesting First Amendment analysis there. And there's a lot of good First Amendment history and case law that kind of limits what the government can actually require. And so what Brian's touching on, I think, kind of on that final point is there are voluntary claims. And if there are voluntary claims, the government can define those to help make sure that they're being used in the right way. But then there's also the question of what might be mandatory. And that gets into kind of these state examples. And I don't want to focus on these too much today because I want to give you guys some time for questions, and also because I think from a cultured meat perspective, particularly those products that are ultimately regulated by USDA, state laws will likely be preempted. And so whatever system USDA puts in place, that will inform what has to happen in states as well. And so a lot of these state laws that we've seen percolating over the past few years, I think will not be relevant. And quite frankly, I'm not sure why there's been such a push to pass these state laws when products aren't on the market yet and their labels will need to be approved by USDA, but that's maybe a separate discussion. But we did want to give a few examples just to show kind of the scope of it. And so Missouri was the first state that passed a law. They did that a few years ago. They've been sued. They successfully defended the lawsuit, but they also issued guidance effectively saying that you can't represent a product as meat if it's not from slaughtered animal, but if you use qualifying language, that's likely not kind of a misrepresentation. And so they did soften the language of that requirement a bit. Louisiana had a much broader law, and so that went all the way to rice and sugar and other products that are being made from kind of alternative sources. They too have been sued, and there's kind of ongoing litigation there. But we haven't seen enforcement at that level. A number of other states have passed laws that just expressly allow qualifying language, and so if they do, those laws have been less concerning, I think, from kind of a labeling perspective broadly. And then there's a number of states where it's been very actively percolating. And so Texas this past year had, I think, 7 different laws introduced. I had the opportunity to testify there twice earlier this year, and just it's very interesting to see kind of what arguments are being advanced and what arguments are being made about what should be required in the labeling. And so I'm happy to talk more about that, but I think the general message is for products that are regulated by USDA, the hope is that preemption will apply. I think for FDA-regulated products, there's a bit more of a question there just because FDA doesn't have that same pre-market authority. And we just wanted to flag a few global developments. Our goal here was to focus on the US, of course, but just to kind of put these out here, that this certainly is a broadly global issue. Of course, we had the news in Singapore last December authorizing the marketing of a product for human consumption. We've seen a lot of thinking and developments in China and Japan about these issues as well and how to approach them. And in the EU, I think the framework there is a bit more challenging just because of the novel food structure, but we are seeing some development there too in terms of kind of how to approach and how to work with regulators.
Yeah, so to round out the conversation, labeling is obviously really important to consumer perception. If we think about GMOs from dating back to the early 1990s when FDA released a policy statement on GM crops, and the fact that FDA did not require any kind of specific disclosure back then for many, many years regarding GMOs. And then more recently, consumers have been demanding to know more about the production methods behind their, how their foods are made. And so even though there's no safety difference between a GM fruit and a non-GM fruit, consumers now have the right to know based on a law that takes effect, or the compliance date. It's coming up on January 1st, 2022. That's called the National Bioengineered Food Disclosure Standard. It is in this context that we're considering the labeling conversation for cultured meat. And so it'll be interesting to see how the labeling conversation evolves. The different state laws that are coming about, even if they do not directly impact cultured meat, the principles that are being espoused there could impact the discussions at the federal level, the types of comments that we see submitted in response to USDA's requests for comments. And so we're keeping a close eye on all of that. And I think one thing that the industry is definitely aware of and doesn't want to occur here is captured by this Forbes headline here: cultured meat could suffer the same fate as GMOs. And that's just meaning that people were a bit kind of scared of GMOs in the public discourse. And we want to make sure that the labeling that is chosen for the products here in this category are easily understood by consumers. They understand what they're getting, and that FDA is satisfied from a regulatory standpoint, and that consumers also feel that they have total understanding of what they're consuming. So looking ahead, I think we can look for further clarification from the FDA and USDA on the regulatory framework affecting cell-cultured meat. We're definitely going to see some new rules on labeling for cell-cultured meat. The timeline is not yet set in stone, but the process has kicked off, and so we can look for some developments in the next 1 to 2 years or so. We'll probably see something from FDA on labeling. It's not clear that they would be undertaking rulemaking, but there could be guidance and the like, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. And for sure, there will be continued political interest at both the federal and state level. We saw the Real Meat Act of 2019. I'm sure we'll see similar kinds of legislation going forward, and we'll keep a close eye on it. And of course, litigation along the lines of what Jessica was explaining to us. We just had a couple articles that we wanted to bring your attention to that we've authored or co-authored in the recent past that would be good reference if you're interested in learning more about the regulatory landscape. With that, I think we're happy to take.
Yeah, we have just a couple minutes, but Brian and I will both be around the rest of the day today and also tomorrow. And so if you have specific questions and want to chat with us, please do.
Great. If you do have questions, please use the mic in the corner. We have room for 2 or 3 questions.
Sorry, 30 minutes is is a short time.
I'm glad I got in quick while there was a chance. My name is Doug Grant. I host a podcast called Brave New Meat about the industry. I noticed on your slide when you were talking about when the Cattlemen's Association introduced their complaint about the nature of beef, and then it was, I think, 2.5 or 3 years before that was resolved. So thinking about all the things that you've seen in the Texas instances that you were talking about, that group or someone else may come up with something that we haven't even thought of in this room. Should we expect it'll be another 2.5, 3 years before FDA or USDA would be able to resolve that?
Well, I mean, I think what we'll see is we'll see USDA put out some framework, and we'll see FDA put out some framework. And to me, the question is, are all the stakeholders, including cattlemen and others, going to be okay with that? Or is it something where they're going to object? And if they're going to object, they could sue USDA, they could sue FDA, they could take action through Congress. And so it's hard to predict. I think some of it will be, though, just how happy, satisfied, entities are across the board in terms of what's ultimately required. So I will say 3 years is actually pretty quick for an agency to respond to a petition. That's not a great, but it often takes a long time. But I do think it's just some of it is what the framework is that ultimately comes about. I mean, at the state level, what we've seen is, even by cattlemen, some acceptance of qualifying language, and the use of qualifying language really critical is what that term is, where it needs to appear on the label, how prominent it needs to be, things like that. And so I think that's what it might come down to.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Alex Paul. I'm a local attorney here in the Bay Area, and I love your articles and guidance that you guys give out on this. My question is, if you had to bet, how do you think the labeling will come down? So I'm curious what your personal opinions are, if you could look in your crystal ball. And related to that, do you think it's possible to ever require a label of slaughtered meat to distinguish for people where that might be important?
I don't mean, I like your idea. I don't mean to, but I just am imagining the opposition to that. I don't know. I mean, my guess is it's going to be that there's some qualifying term required. For me, it's hard to think of. I go back and forth as to whether regulators might think that standardizing that term, so saying you have to use this term, cultured or whatever it is, or nothing, is something that's better for consumers and more clear, or if they decide to allow flexibility. I mean, I think that's one question. My gut is that they would think, from consumer understanding perspective, kind of standardizing that term, and especially because USDA is so focused on standards of identity and across the board, might be easier. But that's really, I think, where I'm at this point. I don't know if you have anything to add.
I think it's hard to say. I think a qualifier for sure will be required, but what that qualifier is, it's to be determined, and USDA certainly doesn't know yet either. So
I think it's interesting to think about, if we start from the premise that meat is very broad and you have to describe how it's produced regardless, that's a very interesting premise and an argument I think that could be made to USDA.
Could it be the case that there's multiple qualifiers?
Like options to be used? I think there could. I think sometimes, from a regulator perspective, the question is what's needed to prevent deception, and is allowing flexibility in that kind of inviting potential confusion. I could see maybe a list, a couple different options, and those are the choices, something like that.
Okay, thanks.
I think that's it for time. But if there are any other questions, perhaps you can catch up with Brian and Jessica afterwards.
Yeah, come find us.
Thank you so much.
Please do.
Okay.
Thanks.
Leave it, yeah. Thank you. We're pretty excited about the next presentation from Dr. Benny Larson of Wild Type. And as we are starting to learn more about the companies in the space, we are starting to see that we're starting to actually change how we talk about things quite a bit. Earlier in the keynote presentation from Amy Chen, she mentioned the Alliance for Meat, Poultry, and Seafood. seafood being the key word there. And if you've seen some of the shirts of the CMS volunteers and staff, it was really inspired by Alliance for Meat, Poultry, and Seafood Innovation. We have a cow, a chicken, and a fish, so meat, poultry, and seafood. So although we are the Cultured Meat Symposium, we do cover all topics of cultured meat, poultry, and seafood. And so with that being said, I'd like to actually pass it off to Dr. Benny Larson of Wild Type. Thank you.
Hey guys, Benny. Nice to meet you. I'm going to talk about scalability because that's what we were asked to talk about. I'm from Wild Type. We make salmon. This is one of those salmon, not the ones that we made though. I'll be really clear there. And salmon are an amazing species. They travel for thousands of miles, grow up in streams, fresh water, travel out to the ocean, live their life 5 to 10 years, and then travel back into those streams where they were originally born to lay their eggs and then die. Really incredible species and very critical to food around the world. But even more critical to food around the world is another species, also amazing, also traveling thousands of miles in its lifetime. Deer. This is a wild deer. This one was shot in Iowa. The tractor, don't be looking for an animal in the back. It's a joke about tractors. That's what you get. I didn't make the joke about scales. I was told not to do that. So you're gonna get a combine joke instead. And this is actually taken on our farm. And my brother took this at dawn right before he hopped in to begin the day harvesting our beans there in the background. And that's what's going on in Iowa the last few weeks. And this is scalability. That's what big agriculture looks like. For the first 19 years, I grew up learning about big agriculture, scalability. And that's why Alex was so excited to have me here to talk. Kidding. Yeah, so we've done this on that same land for almost 150 years. This is my dad a couple decades ago. Same thing, hasn't changed very much over the decades. And again, just teaching us about how to be great stewards of the land, how to provide food for the earth. As me, 18. Iowa's great. You can not only learn about scalability of agriculture, it also teaches you can grow up to be whatever you want to be. My sister wanted to be, growing up to be a queen. She almost got there, county fair queen, pretty close. I wanted to work on fake meat, and so out of all the animals at the fair, I got my picture with the fake cow. Actually an amazing scaffold, mainly synthetic. And it's still a great place to grow up even now and learn about scalability of agriculture and land stewardship. This is my daughter about 12, 13 years ago, learning to drive her first tractor. She was a little late in the game at 7, 8 years old. Learning to drive her first tractor is a little embarrassing for her in Iowa. But whatever, don't pick on her, she's learning. And she's an awesome driver now, so. And she's learning about scalability of agriculture too, just like all of us, but she's not here today. And this is what we're trying to scale up. This is the general process that we go through, that almost all the companies here go through, where we isolate cells from a salmon or a salmon egg, and then we take those, let them grow for a while, and eventually put them into giant bioreactors. Really similar to a fermentation bioreactor. Pharma uses them all the time as well. And then before the next step, we make scaffolds. And these scaffolds come from a variety of sources. We certainly use synthetics and myco, but we also use plants. And so, yeah, natural proteins, natural carbohydrates. The cells need somewhere to grow up and feel safe when they're doing what they're doing. And here, where they mature, when they're together, for 1 week to 8 weeks plus. We've had some growing even longer. It's like a winery or something. You can go and look at, oh, here's a very nice 8-month. Here's a wonderful 12-month. And what you get in the end here is cultured salmon. We do whole cuts of meat here at Wild Type, which we think is pretty awesome, but people can disagree, that's fine. And we actually have feedings. We let people taste this every single week, flying around the country, trying to get chefs excited about it. And Mira and Bree from New Harvest, I think they're right there. They had some yesterday. Mira had never had fish in her life, I guess, and she still hasn't, kinda. Defending. But yeah, fish cells are the #1 ingredient, so you choose. Maybe you're no longer a vegetarian or vegan. And then matrix meats also toured yesterday, but sorry guys, we didn't have enough to give you. Awkward. So what do we need to scale? Generally, cell isolation, culture conditions, and scaffolds. That's how we think about it. And to go into a little bit more detail about how we think about that at Wild Type and how that happens for us, we harvest a bunch of cells, we let them grow for a while, and then very quickly we have to decide, are we gonna go forward with these cells or toss them? And to do that, we look at the species ID. It's like a genetic barcode. If you don't know what that is, we just take the DNA and make sure it's the fish that we want. You can grab a fish egg, but all fish eggs look slightly similar. We want to make sure before we put in millions of dollars. Subway hasn't done a great job of this lately. Little joke there, they're tuna. I'm sure it's tuna. But they did this and couldn't find whatever. And then we, after that, look at the proliferation of the cells and the stemness of the cells. And to give you an idea of what that's like, every cell has its own personality. And so with this, we RNA sequence, and we look at what the cell is thinking. What are they doing day to day? Where are they from? So this is just a heat map. In red is the high-expressing genes. In blue is the low-expressing genes. In the yellow, somewhere in between. And this is every single gene in the cell for a bunch of cell lines here. And from there, we try to find out which cells are going to work for our purpose. So fat cells, we're going to need a little bit different genetic signature to start. Same with muscle cells, and the same with just general connective tissue. On the bottom right here, this is transcription factors around myogenesis. And we see that some cells just inherently have that DNA slightly unwound, and they're able to make those transcription factors, and others don't. And so obviously, we pick the ones that are most suitable for what we want those cells for. And then 3D culture. Some cells are great. They're primed to become muscle one day. They really want to become muscle, but they just don't have what it takes to make more of themselves. And so the 3D culture is really important too. Here's cells grown in clusters in our 3D culture. And then when we have the cells that we want, they have a great personality, sunny disposition. What do we feed them? The same problem happens with when I had my daughter a long time ago. And we brought her home from the hospital, made sure she's the right one. And really quickly, the screaming. And we had to make sure, what are we going to feed her? She knew what she wanted, but we had to figure that out quickly. And same as at wild type. When we have the right cells, we very quickly have to figure out what to feed them, or all hell breaks loose. Same thing. And then after that, so here on the bottom left is just one of the ways in which we do that. It's a spent media analysis. So we'll feed them different things, pyruvate, glucose, lactose, and then we see how the media behaves after that, see what's left on the plate after they eat dinner. And then on the top, we have a seed train. So these cells have to grow tremendously. We put a lot of pressure on them to be their best when they grow up. And so they start from the little flask and get into bioreactors that are bigger, bigger, and bigger. Not all cells can tolerate that. Some cells need less shear, more shear. I don't know what more shear. But certain oxygen sparging, certain temperature conditions. And if we do everything right, the cells can be whatever they want when they grow up. And then here on the bottom right, they're getting close to that. Really nice aligned muscle cells, almost muscle cells. And then scaffolds is the third thing. And I don't think we talk enough about scaffolds in this industry as a whole, so I'll do my part. Scaffolds are just temporary structures that support the building of a more permanent, gigantic thing that couldn't be done without the temporary structure. Here's the Air Force Academy, a great one. And the scaffolds for cells are really, really similar. I'll try not to anthropomorphize cells too much, but I'll fail, so whatever, I'm just gonna do it. Obviously, in the macro scale, our scaffolds need to be food grade, available, inexpensive, blah, blah, blah. But the cells, when we take them out, are no longer in the fish. They don't have a home in the fish anymore, and they really they don't want to be, without a home for long. Who would? And so we try to give them that home and make the best home possible with our scaffolds. And so we found that fibers and topology make a huge difference. So these are some really early scaffolds that we made, SEMs from 2018. They have to be aligned, just like in the actual fish. Cells respond really well to that. And the cells are also really, really smart. Don't insult their intelligence. When they grab onto something, it can't just be aligned and made of concrete. They'll grab on and sense, okay, this is really hard. They actually feel and pull on it. I think I want to become, I don't know, bone when I grow up, it seems like I'm being told. And vice versa, you can't put them on Jell-O either. They'll grab on and say, okay, I know what this is. It's really squishy. I think I need to become maybe a fat or a neuron tissue when I grow up. You got to find something right in the middle for muscle. And to do that, grab your scaffolds, go to the supermarket, put them side by side, and your stress strain curve, when you apply a force, better look pretty similar. Your cells will tell you if they don't. And then if you've done everything right and all of your scaffolds are working, you got the cells you want, they'll start to align really nicely. This is just immunofluorescence of cells on a scaffold, and they're just beginning to align. This is within the first week, so that's what we want to see. And then the bottlenecks. So why can't, it sounds pretty simple. We got it worked out. What are the bottlenecks that we're currently facing? And making a ton of scaffold, making a ton of that perfect scaffold is really tough. We haven't figured it out yet. Bioreactors for cell growth. We have them. It's not scaled up yet. It's not where it needs to be. We haven't figured it out yet. And then bioreactors for after the cells, you have the cells in one hand and your scaffold in the other. How do you combine those and let them mature in a different bioreactor? We don't have that either. But that's good, because then we have something interesting to work on. Just a 2-minute really quick taking you through our journey of scalability. This is Wildtype's journey of scalability. This is not scalable at all. These people are smiling because they're delirious, not because they're happy. And this is how, in the early days, we scaled. It's horrible, really sad. And we were able to make a little bit of prototype. Like, this is it. This took us a really long time to make this amount. It didn't taste the best, but it was something, and we were happy with that for the time being. And then recently, this last year, we were able to finally put the finishing touches on our pilot plant. And we do have bioreactors in there, whirring and growing, and that's where the fish that Mira ate came from yesterday, our pilot plant. It's not at full capacity yet, but hopefully soon. Stainless steel, if you know anybody. And I can show pretty pictures all day long, and I think they're pretty. Maybe you hate them. A lot of vegetarians out there might hate them. But even better, we have a few samples to try. And Alex, do you want to throw?
Yes. So if you are joining us in person, there is or might be a blue ticket underneath your seat. So reach underneath your seat, and if you have a blue ticket, you have the option to have a sample. If there is nothing underneath your seat, you might want to try a seat next to you. You've got one? Okay, great. If you have a blue ticket, there should be 3 total blue tickets. Go to the front of the stage, and then if we could bring the samples out to the front. So it looks like we have 1 blue ticket so far, 2 blue tickets, and do we have the 3rd blue ticket? Not yet. So I guess if the seat next to you is empty, see if there's a blue ticket there. I think we just got a question in the Slack channel. Somebody was looking at the seat under their chair in the live stream at home. There should be 1 more blue ticket. Let's see.
You got to really get under there.
I think so. Let's see. Well, we're missing a lucky blue ticket winner, or not winner, candidate, attendee. Any 3rd blue ticket? No. Interesting. Let's see. Where were you guys sitting? You were here. You were sitting there. So the blue ticket might be somewhere in the front here. No, it's not in the table. Somebody said blue? Well, I guess we're missing a ticket, so we'll have to do a random draw. And I see somebody raising their hand there. Let me pull up a random draw. Just a second. I would say let's proceed, and I'm going to run all of attendee numbers through a randomizer.
That was Silicon Valley. Nice. If you guys want to start, if you're brave enough. So cells are the #1 ingredient. We make that a really important tenet of what we're trying to do. We don't want to sell pink goo. We don't want to be, you've seen South Park. Yeah. We also make sure that it's almost nutritionally, we want perfect nutritional equivalence. We're not quite there yet. We're a little bit low in the protein. The omega-3 and fatty acids are perfect, just like real salmon. And I don't know. sure we'll have a lot of questions at the end, but hit it. We have soy sauce if you want, fried raw, half and half. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's up to you. However you normally eat it, or take one bite without, one bite with. That's what I do.
We have selected the third taster. So if you find a blue ticket, unfortunately, it is no longer valid. Well, it was totally random. I would love to have gender diversity, but unfortunately, we wanted to be completely random. I think that's a sign that we do need more women in the field to attend this conference and many other conferences.
Oh, will you say that louder then? And it's not perfect yet. We're not fooling ourselves, but we like it so far. Really good. Right on, spot on. Yeah. It's like a sushi bar, but lots of stuff. And the founder. I would want this. I would actually pay premium for this too. It's close, yeah, but not quite there yet. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for trying it. Cheers.
Do you want to say a few words about the experience?
It's incredible. I mean, the texture is absolutely perfect. And I'm not one typically for kind of raw, but that's really good. Can you move your mic a little closer? Oh, I said the texture was absolutely perfect. I think I'm not one for raw fish, but it was really, taste is right on. I mean, it's incredible. Yeah, it really is. Oh, I'm Dave Mitchell. I'm with JBT, A&B Process Systems.
Great, and then we have the second taster. I'll pass the mic off to you.
I'm really sorry for all this pressure.
Maybe state your name, the organization you're with, and any thoughts?
I'm Lucas. I'm with Cultivation Labs. And first thought, I was surprised at the texture. The flavor tastes like salmon. And I would definitely eat it. I would definitely order it. I'm a sushi lover, so it was a high bar to clear, but I think that I'm looking forward to your product.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
We have all the same that salmon does, yep, absolutely. The exact same nutritional profile. Fats were really, really important with us. A lot of people only eat salmon for the omega-3s and the health benefits. Otherwise, they prefer a burger. Please be honest, too. Mainly omega-3s, just like real salmon, but 6s and 9s as well. And some totally saturated fats, too, a really low amount. So.
Yeah, so I'm Ted O'Neill. I'm a PhD student at UC Davis. Thank you for this opportunity. This is pretty amazing. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought the texture was very fish-like. It's kind of unfortunate because I've been vegan for like more than 10 years, so I haven't had actual fish in quite a while, so don't really know. But I definitely enjoyed it. I would definitely definitely purchase this product if I had the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not quite as much of a strong sensory flavor in that sense as I might have expected, but I mean, still, it's pretty good.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And before we get back to the presentation, one last note on gender diversity. We would love to have, really have more women in this field. And so anything that we can do, I think, to achieve that, I think is good. And I think Jess Grieger mentioned that she has a mentorship program. And so if you haven't talked to her already, whether you're a man or a woman, I highly suggest you do so. Thank you. Back to you, Benny.
Thank you, Alex. And it wasn't exactly like salmon in a number of ways. We did not put microplastics in these. We did not put parasites. We did not put heavy metals. There's no pathogens whatsoever. But for our launch, we'll make sure and add all of those. And I heard two comments that were it's fishy, but it's not super fishy. And that's one of the major problems that we've had to deal with is people are used to eating fish not on the boat right after the salmon was killed, in which case the oils would be perfectly fresh without any oxidation. People are used to eating fish, especially salmon, has to be frozen first. But fish after a day to even a week after the kill sometimes. And those oils oxidize, and so we had to carefully balance how old do we want our fish to be? How much oxidation should occur with these fats? Should we heat up the media before we feed it to the cells? Because then you can get oxidation, and we've seen that. We can actually make an older fish product. What we're banking on right now, and what our very brief market research has shown us, is that a lot of people don't like that fishiness as much, and a lot of people steer clear of fish for that reason. So we are probably going to enter the market with a little bit of a lighter tasting salmon, but it's definitely tunable, which is nice. But yeah, one of the weird problems that you have in this industry. We did that. And so we only had 3 people that were able to eat it today. That sucks. And that's because of these reasons, the bottlenecks. And that's why we're all here to talk about scalability. Why can't the whole room, why can't we be Oprah up here? You get a fish, you get a fish, you get a fish. I would love to do that. And throwing fish is just fun, if you've ever been to Seattle Fish Market. It's just a good time, vegan or not. So scaffolds, as I said, we have a really hard time scaling those up in mass. The bioreactors for cell growth, they simply don't exist at the scale we need. And for the tissue maturation, those really don't exist at the scale we need. And just to give you some idea, that's not talked about at these conferences very much either. But these differentiation bioreactors, they look something like this. And these are some of our really early scaffolds. You have microfibers. You put the cells on there after you've very carefully validated your flow patterns. You have operational design requirements that you make and flow diagrams that you make. You plan for dynamic seeding and feeding constantly. And then you have this, tiny little polycarbonate boxes and tons of tubing and tons of places to fail. And we're over-engineering the hell out of them because we want great papers, or we just want our proof of concept to feed a couple people at CMS this year. Not scalable. We have to radically rethink this whole thing. So this is us radically rethinking at the beginning. This is Moen. who's an amazing scientist and friend. We work together at WildType, and here's him in the garage in our pilot plant. This is before it's functional, and so we can make a mess. And these are some of our very early production and bioreactor mock-ups that we made. And we were turned into a rapid prototyping laboratory. Just go grab a bunch of 2x4s, go grab a bunch of steel, throw it together, guys. And we take a lot of inspiration, again, back from Iowa. This isn't necessarily cell ag scalability, but this is my cousin Andrew. Perfectly good 1972 Chevy, and he redesigned the whole thing, rapid prototyping, and now the thing's a beast, and that's what we want to make too. And so we looked at other industries. How do they do it? How do they work their seed train? How do they make it work? Pharma makes it work in a very expensive way, obviously, but we can take a ton from there, and we certainly do. And right now, our process is really, really similar to pharma, as I'm sure most other companies in the field are too. We also looked at Anheuser-Busch. I look at them every Friday for a long time after work. I read the side of the bottle up and down. They have some good ideas there too, but to be honest, it's still not at the scale we need. And we kind of lose sight of that. How big is food? It's $1 trillion a year. What is that? Well, we tell our investors it's about 90% of the market share that we'll go into in the first couple of years. But we have to think way, way bigger. And so we were looking at other bioreactors out there. This is a really great bioreactor near where I grew up. It's a 2D bioreactor, great seed train. It's been optimized for hundreds or thousands of years. But we need to do better. We need to take this 2D and get it into 3D. And so I put a bunch of corn in a bioreactor and I got, no. They also have one of the other big things that we're missing. They have harvesters, and we don't have great cell harvesters. So our story when we were making these bioreactors and finally getting them to work was, hooray, we've got all these bioreactors to work. Now for the next 36 hours, nobody leaves. We have to harvest these cells. Can we borrow centrifuges? What are we gonna do? And so yeah, it was a really big holy crap moment for us, and we still haven't figured it out. But yeah, we need some combines out there for cells, and we're looking at a lot of ideas out there. There's filtration, there's centrifuges, there's 4 other ideas. None of them will work, so radical redesign. And then after we make all that, it has to come together. And it has to come together in the right way to work flawlessly. And we can't have any supply chain disruptions. We have to remember that what works at 1 liter doesn't necessarily work at 10-liter bioreactors. We certainly found that what works at 10 liter doesn't necessarily work at 100 liters. And when we're thinking about 10 million liters, which I do every day, these are in Iowa everywhere, we're probably gonna have to change it a little bit from our 100 liter. I don't know. And then from there, we obviously need distribution to the world. So these are every 20 miles in Iowa. From there, food goes all over the world, and we eat. And now a little story, if you'll just indulge me for a second. It's been a lot of heavy science, but I want to be a little more folksy in my talk. So A.O. Smith up in Milwaukee started his company there, and then Prohibition hit, and he was doing some stuff. But then Prohibition was lifted in 1933, hooray. And a lot of the barrels that they were using were actually steel barrels at the time to brew beer, and they rusted out pretty quickly in the beer brewing process. So he thought, why can't we coat the inside with glass? They were looking at, well, should we use more of a hardy steel, more expensive steel? And he said, no, forget about that glass. We'll coat it. And so that was a pretty great idea. And in the 1940s and 50s, people's water heaters were rusting out when the few people that had water heaters. And so he again said, why don't we coat them in glass? He worked with the Dow Corning Corporation to make it great. At that time, I think it was just Dow, not Corning yet. But yeah, he made it terrific. There's kind of a racy ad for 1947, but there it is, covered it up. And then he thought bigger, and we need to think bigger, just like the Smiths, to this. And he thought these grain bins, these silos everywhere. I'm going to use the word grain bin and silo interchangeably. Those from farms, I know they're not the same thing, but city folk, they don't know. So he started coating these grain bins, these giant 10, 15-story tall buildings in glass. And it worked. It worked really well. And you could hermetically seal your seed or your silage or whatever you put in there. And it was just terrific at scale, super cheap. So we're used to the bioreactor budgets and the quotes that we get from Sartorius, and they're high. These can be built for $200,000, and they're 10 stories tall. So Sartorius, you got a ways to go. Same with giant water treatment, water recycling plants. It's all coated in glass, and they can make it out of super, super cheap steel. So the stainless steel problem that we've been having forever since COVID can finally alleviate. And when you look at these giant harvestor silos from the A.O. Smith company, what if we put them on our side, threw them on a couple cement mixers, and it looks just like a roller bottle bioreactor to me. So we're working on that. This and a million other ideas are what it's going to take. And we don't have all the great ideas. No amount of Anheuser-Busch products will give us the amount of ideas that we need. So we need everybody out there thinking, and we need help. So help us build the production systems of the future. It doesn't have to come from us, but it should come from somebody. And let's all work together to make that happen. We need to legitimize our field as actual science. Talk to academicians, and you get kind of rolling eyes when you talk about making meat. So we need to work together with academic partners for that, and the TUFTS thing is a great first step. And then FDA, USDA approval, open dialogue with the public, full transparency. That was really important for us. As soon as we were getting bioreactors to work and we could see, okay, I can now hold my cells in my hand. It's not just a centrifuged little pellet at the bottom. We need everybody to see this, that it is like a brewery, that we're just doing this in tanks that you could equally like just ferment beer in. So when we were building out our pilot plant initially, one of the big ideas that we had was, let's make glass walls on one side, let's have people in here all the time. This should be great. And hopefully it will. We keep having delays there too. It was supposed to be open a couple weeks ago. But yeah, hopefully, Oprah moment, everybody gets a fish very soon. And we need to think outside the box. Keep thinking outside the box. Keep thinking outside of your 1972 Chevy. If you own one, you're super lucky. These are salmon sticks. These are not an actual product. This is not what we're making. But a lot of the people at our company are super artistic, and in the very little spare time that we give them, they do stuff like this, which is great. Keep having fun. It's another huge, huge thing. We can't be ground down by all the naysayers. There's been a few reports out lately that are really sad to read, and you're like, yeah, but I kind of agree with some of that. No, you have to put on a happy face, go in there saying, yes, I can. Things that were previously thought impossible, they turn out to be possible. It just takes a lot of smart people with a lot of passion. So have fun. And this is our crew right now at Wild Type, and we're growing quickly. We're at 28 right now. And we have fun, and we're nuts too. And that's us, so.
We have about 15 minutes for questions, so if you have any questions, feel free to line up here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yu, and I work in marketing. When my question is two-pronged. When David Chang said at the end of his YouTube promo that perhaps people don't want to know what's in their fish, did that make you cringe? How did that feel? What was your reaction to that?
One of the phrases that my good friend at the company likes to use is, at first, we're gonna just be fancy food for fancy people. There's going to be Facebook feeds out there every day that say, you know, we're trying to feed people alien, nasty. It's going to be an uphill battle with the majority of the population. But hopefully the early adopters are very forgiving. Thank you for the 3 today that were. I don't think the texture's quite there yet. It's close, for instance. Yeah, you can't force it on people. It's just going to be time. Already, like, my family doesn't eat any fish. We're in Iowa. Never had sushi, none of them. They don't know what I'm doing. It's fine. We don't need everybody. We just need to start the revolution now. And slowly but surely, I hope we get there.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back about the conversation on being transparent about the process that goes into making cultivated meats and how to communicate that to consumers. And when he said that, it really made me think about, well, geez, like, how much of our effort is to communicate specifically what's in this versus it's just delicious, et cetera. But my second question is, now that you're on Jimmy Kimmel and you have this, did it air yesterday or the 21st, didn't it?
A couple days ago.
Okay. How are you responding to consumer demand, or has there been just an outpour of, and what would you say to people when the product is not readily available to them?
Yeah, it's not available to almost anybody. Unfortunately, it's too available to us at the company. We have to eat it every single week. Grown quite sick of salmon over the last 3 years. You can't say much other than you want to show up after dark and I'll give you a couple pieces. That's what we say to them if they're nice. These scalability issues are kicking our butts. The bioreactors aren't available. We have ordered and delayed. we hoped to feed all of you today, and how did that go? We had 3 pieces. It's really sad. I don't know how we're going to get around it other than power through it. These supply chain issues have to go away and keep being super, super creative. Because, the technology does not exist to harvest massive bioreactors, for instance. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
And luckily the scalability problem has alleviated a lot of the people don't want to know what's in their fish. No one's going to even want to buy this because they're fine with microplastics and parasites. Well, luckily we can't produce it either. So we're going along the same track. When people get a little bit more aware, then we'll have it ready. And obviously the FDA won't let us sell it right now either.
Hey, my name is Ryan. I work in
Sure.
R&D, so more technical question. So we had 3 pieces of salmon here today. I was wondering if you could tell us how many cells, how long to mature, and how many liters of media consumed to produce it.
Yeah, great question. I would wonder the same thing. I don't know if I would ask it though, but you did. So the number of cells, I know how many we put on there, and it's a ton as far as man hours. We make sure that they're the #1 ingredient. However, after they get into the scaffold, we know that they proliferate a lot. And so I actually, honestly, do not know how many. And even if I did, I don't think the company would let me tell you. They are the #1 ingredient. They're the #1 ingredient when we first add them to the scaffold. And we sure as heck make sure that they're proliferating and not dying out when we culture them. What was the other question? How much media?
How much medium? Yep.
I don't know. I don't know. For those 3 small pieces, I don't know. That's not my team.
Okay.
Oof.
Seems like important pieces.
No, and also I think that, I just can't tell you right now. It's still trade secret. We're still optimizing. We're still very much in between bench scale and manufacturing. So I don't know. Every 3 months, we're able to get our density up a lot in our bioreactors about. So I don't know, but way, way too much and way, way too little, maybe, are the answers that I would give.
Yeah, very fair answer.
Cheers.
Hi, Benjamin. My name is Irfan Tahir. I'm from the University of Vermont. Great talk. I have 2 questions. So the first is, are you working on the degradation of the scaffold itself? So in other words, how much of this product is the scaffold? And the second question is, what motivated you to go for salmon as opposed to many other things that are available?
I'll answer the first one second. Salmon are threatened species on the West Coast, especially Northwest, and it's just really prevalent. It's a threat. Orcas are dying because they don't have salmon to eat, and the founders just saw this every single day, read about it every single day. It's being taken off the menu a lot of places, so it was just kind of obvious to them. We also wanted to make whole meat cuts. It can be served raw. These are big benefits. And we saw the price per pound, as reasonable, unlike a chicken nugget. Nothing against that, but so we thought it was a slightly easier bar to first hit. And your other question was
About scaffolds.
Oh yeah, how much? Yeah, that's what we deal with every day. Big problems. So the scaffold has to be tunable, and hopefully at the beginning, the scaffold is almost exactly like salmon, almost exactly like mussel, so the cells can, again, tell you if it's not. And hopefully as the cells grow and mature, that degrades as the cells take over. As we stand down, they stand up. A wonderful president once said. Not a wonderful president. Anyway, too political. But yeah, we deal with that all the time and stress over that all the time. And it really is like going to a wine cellar. And the 1974 cab is not that great, but the 68 whatever. Sometimes we tune that correctly, and it changes with every cell line too. Some cells eat the heck out of the scaffold and are really hungry. Some sit there and do nothing. Some go belly up and die, and the scaffold is just left alone. We don't know yet. This is very small amount of scaffold, but a very rigid amount of scaffold at first. And then it slowly softens as it degrades and the cells do their thing. Ideally, our product has 0 scaffold at the end of culture, but that probably won't be for quite a while.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Hi, Dave. We met earlier.
He's still alive, everybody.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
fine. Feeling okay.
Quick question, and how different is you know, culturing like meat versus, you know, cultivating fish? I mean, temperature, gassing rates, media, is it a different type of media?
I hope this answers your question. So when, almost 4 years ago, our co-founders raised seed, and they were just stalking people on LinkedIn, seeing who wanted to join them. And they said, hey, do you have a 15-minute phone call? Would you be available just to talk about growing meat in the lab? And I said, sure, and you know, because it's fun to talk about, and we always talk about it in the lab, but it's never going to work. And so I talked to them real quickly, and that's what I said. You know, it's really fascinating. I'd love to. We could just schedule a every year phone call and shoot the bull. 15 minutes. I won't even charge you. But really, trust me, it's not going to work. So if you have other jobs, keep those. And this could be a cool hobby, real cool hobby. And then we talked about Justin Colbeck, the other co-founder. Ari is in the back, the other co-founder. Justin kept saying, but what if you had to? Like, what if your life depended on making this meat in the lab? You don't have to make a fish. You don't have to make muscle even. Not perfect muscle, but just the meat. And so I was like, all right. So I gave a list even longer than this of what the perfect meat, what the perfect scaffold, what the perfect cells should do. And slowly, like, he kept pushing me. I know, but what if? And I was like, yeah, okay, we already do that. It's really small. It's about 2 centimeters by 2 centimeters, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. MIT does that all day long. Okay, fine. If we didn't have to implant it, we wouldn't need suturability. I guess that's an easy one. It wouldn't need to be responsive to electrical stimuli. It could be, but it doesn't need to be. And just going down the list, what can we kick off that list to make this cheap as heck? We don't have to go to Sigma for our ingredients. We don't have to do polycondensations of really expensive, rare elements from Sigma or other chemical manufacturers. We could just maybe go to the grocery store or the cafeteria and get our raw ingredients. So that's how we started, taking things off the list. And then still, I was like, but it still won't work, but that was cool. Great mind exercise. Talk to you next year. And he said, well, just think about it and talk to some other people. And really give it a hard thought. And yeah, I just went, talked to a lot of people, and they had some even better ideas than I did. More and more things, yada, yada. One thing happened to another, and fate just kind of pushed me here. And I knew that at one point I don't want to work in a startup. I don't want to move to California. Love Boston. And the Red Sox are doing so well that year. Not so well this year, but we'll see. But eventually, yeah, just one barrier after another. The founders did not seem like egomaniac monsters, which almost all the other founders in the world that I'd ever met are. Yeah, just one barrier, and I was saying that I would just regret this forever if I didn't come out here and do it. And my wife said, if it doesn't work out, she'll make me regret it forever that I did. So I hope that answers your question. But yeah, there are things you can take off the list when you're just making meat and not the whole fish or the whole muscle.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, guys.
As we prepare for our next speaker, well, first off, I want to say, wow, that was quite an experience. I think during the coffee break, I'm going to be looking for one of those blue tickets myself. But I think this is really an indicator of how far we've come. If we look at some of the presentations from CMS 18, and it's actually kind of weird to say 18 now. But if we look at some of those presentations, the discussion was very different. Companies were doing very different things. I think we were still saying that it's going to be commercially available at the end of the year, but that's besides the point. I think that we are now at a very exciting time, and with potential tasting rooms opening up in San Francisco, with tastings happening now in Singapore, I think that this is really allowing, going back to that star couple that I mentioned earlier, this is really allowing everyone else to look into this industry and say, yes, I see what this is. I am interested in it. And I think that's a really good thing. So with that, we are ready to transition to our next speaker, Dr. Matthew Anderson-Barron of Future Fields. And before we give a round of applause, I just want to mention whether you're tuning in on the live stream or if you're in person, we will have a coffee break after this session. However, last time when we had a break, the live stream cut out and there was a new link. On this coffee break or the upcoming break, we'll be using the same link, so 2 links per day. So you don't need to close the window, and we'll be resuming after the coffee break. But with that being said, I'd like to welcome Matt onto the stage, and let's give him a round of applause.
Nobody ever calls me doctor anymore. That was really cool. Thanks for the introduction, Alex. Thanks to all the conference organizers. I'll echo the same sentiments that everyone else has said today. It's so cool to be here. Seeing people in the flesh finally after 2 years of meeting people digitally. It's just been so great. So we're so happy to be here. So I'm Matt. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Future Fields, and we make most sustainable and cost-effective growth factors for the cultured meat industry. So today, I want to talk to you guys about life and food, and more importantly, why we need to think about creating our next food system with cultured meat more sustainably. So why do we care about sustainability? Why do we care about the state of the world in 100 years when no one in this room is going to be around to see it? Because someone else will be, right? Our kids, future generations of humans, future generations of animals, and every other living species will be. We work for a more sustainable future for them. My daughter's 2 years old now. We started our company right around the time she was born. And I'm sure all the other parents, aunties and uncles, grandmas and grandpas, caregivers in the crowd watching online feel that same sense of urgency that I do. We align our work with the needs of a planet in peril for them. That's what's at stake, life. And life is everywhere. Let's take a minute, let's stroll down memory lane to our first biology class where you would have learned about the circle of life. As kids, we learned animals consume plants and other animals. They die, their bodies decompose, return the nutrients into the soils, which feeds the next generation of plants, animals, insects, which in turn feeds us. And as humans, we used to be really good at maintaining this, or at least not disrupting it too much. Some of the oldest farming methods dating back to the dawn of agriculture, use these no-tillage methods, which maintained the integrity of the soil. And that is the foundation for all this. The foundation is the soil. It's the basis of the ecosystem. It's the very bedrock of the food chain. For meat production and crop production alike, so long as we're doing anything with plants or animals, healthy soils are required. Think for a second, have you ever dug your hands into really healthy, rich soil? Think about what it feels like, what it smells like, what it looks like. It's dense with organic matter. It's teeming with life. Insects, bacteria, fungi, all performing services in the soil's ecosystem. And keeping this ecosystem is absolutely essential for food production. 95% of the global food production is directly or indirectly linked to our soils. And to root this in cell ag and cultured meat production, this means things like crops for hydrolysates, sugar for the glucose and basal media. So even cultured meat and cell ag requires healthy soils. And of course, so does food production. By 2050, we need to increase global agriculture production by 60% just to meet the demand for food. And a lack of any one of the 15 nutrients that are required for plant growth would significantly limit crop yield. The need to protect what we love and our way of life has driven the need to scale. We've had to maximize yields to feed 8 billion mouths and the countless number of animals that are involved in industrialized agriculture. And this need for maximum yields has had some pretty severe side effects. It's disrupted the natural cycles of our soils. We've resorted to methods of industrialized monoculture, which has fed so many efficiently and cheaply, but again, has ruined biodiversity, and it's, ripped the life out of our soils. We now have to mine nutrients from the earth and jam them back into the soil just to keep the machine going. It's a very unfortunate reality of our scaled food production system. The United Nations study from 2017 estimated that 1/3 of the planet's soils are degraded because of modern agricultural methods, and monoculture tops the list of those things to blame. Other processes are similarly problematic. Mechanical tillage of crops kills countless forest animals. Pesticide and insecticide use is certainly problematic. A study showed that 16 quadrillion honeybees were killed by insecticide use in the UK alone over 20 years. 16 quadrillion. I've never even said that number before. This is humanity's MVP in crop pollination. Anyways, my point is, when we think about the problems of our food system, we need to take a more holistic view. It's not just animal agriculture that's the problem. It's the entire system. So I truly believe that cellular agriculture and culture meat production has the potential to fix all this. I wouldn't be up here if I didn't believe that. Alongside sustainable practices of agriculture and plant-based alternatives, this is our best shot, at fixing all this. I imagine most of the people here know why that is. I'm preaching to the choir. I don't need to, list all the benefits of producing food this way. And a lot of people smarter than I am have said it more eloquently than I could. I really like this quote from Churchill because, even he knew 100 years ago the absurdity of making food the way that we do. And, we haven't quite escaped that absurdity yet. But every day we get a little bit closer because of the work that's being done by the great people in this room and the people watching online. So far, there's been a lot of optimism about our ability to pull this all off. And a lot of the initial analyses that have been done, while describing the challenges that we face as an industry, have showed, an optimistic view of how we can do this. The Delft TEA, for example, did a fantastic job of showing the different scenarios that would lead to price parity for cultured meat. Certainly illustrated the challenges, but there was an optimism to it, and it demonstrated that it can be done. And scientists are certainly a skeptical bunch, but the fact that we have so much optimism about this demonstrates this. And then came this article, published in the Counter last month. This dealt a pretty significant blow to our optimism. It described cultured meat production as a Sisyphean task. It said that it would never be commercially viable. And it really rocked the community. There was so much buzz about it. So many industry champions were quick to respond. But it wasn't the first article that shared these sentiments, so why did this one hurt so bad? And I think it hurt because there was an element of truth to it, and we all knew that. Turns out, growing meat outside the animal is really hard, and scaling it is even harder. That's kind of the basis for the author's argument. It will never be commercially viable at scale. But where it stung the most is it kind of showed what we all knew was there, an almost incomprehensible need for infrastructure. And this was really highlighted in this quote from the underlying TEA. We gaze into the abyss of 10 orders of magnitude. 10 orders of magnitude. It's a very hefty challenge. We know we're not currently equipped for this level of production. The media requirements alone are unprecedented. Even the more optimistic Delft TEA illustrated how 40,000 liters of growth media would be required to produce just 3 tons of cultured meat. So based on that, if we wanted to satisfy 10% of the US meat market, we would need 16 billion liters of growth media. So we're a growth factor recombinant protein company, so focusing in on just those components, and let's say we look at just one. Let's say insulin. It's kind of required for all growth media. There's a lot of infrastructure for it because it's used to treat diabetes. So insulin's typically used in growth media around 20 milligrams a liter. So 20 milligrams a liter, 16 billion liters, equates to 320 metric tons of insulin. That exceeds the global capacity for insulin production at the moment. So even if we dedicated every therapeutic insulin manufacturer in the world to insulin for cultured meat production, we couldn't even satisfy 10% of the US meat market. Humbard's analysis in the TEA kind of leans on this hypothetical 10-ton manufacturing facility for monoclonal antibodies. And while you recognize that this is hypothetical, it really highlights the massive demand for infrastructure. This scale exceeds really any type of production we know. Scalability is not just a burden for cultured meat producers to bear. The entire supply chain has to scale, and it has to do so sustainably. 320 metric tons of insulin. That's one target for 10% of one market. Existing systems are just not built for this. It's not feasible in any sort of reasonable amount of time. And time is something, unfortunately, we're running short on. Adding salt to the wounds, the climate clock is ticking. The latest IPCC report really highlights the urgency of this. We don't have decades to figure this out. We need as many irons in the fire as possible. The situation is so bad, we're looking at employing strategies like geoengineering. And of course, Elon's heads down on our Mars escape plan. This truly is code red. But there is hope. Again, I wouldn't be up here if I didn't believe in this. Yes, cultured meat is not inevitable, like some have said. Yes, it is going to be very hard. But just like the GFI responded, it's way too early to write it off. We cannot afford to not invest significant time, energy, and resources into its development. We need some serious innovations, and we need to significantly bolster our infrastructure. Basically, we need to science the shit out of this. That's where we come in. That's where Future Fields comes in. We see this infrastructure gap on the B2B side, and we're working tirelessly to fill it with a new innovative expression platform. We need unprecedented scale, and we need it at extremely low cost. And that's why we built the Ento engine, a first-of-its-kind insect-based expression system to produce recombinant proteins for this industry. We're utilizing one of the best-studied organisms on the planet, Drosophila melanogaster, to produce high-functioning growth factors for this industry that meet the needs of this industry. When it comes to the challenge of scaling costs, we don't have that significant upfront CapEx like other systems. We don't have the mountain of costs that come with some hypothetical 10-ton facility. Our infrastructure is inexpensive, and our mini Drosophila mansions are completely modular, rapidly scalable. And with that, we're building a very cost-efficient and scalable system. And we're having fun doing it. This is what our what Myoblast have to say about our transferrin. And there's a number of other advantages we have. There's a very clear regulatory path for our types of products, given the precedence of insects and insect-derived byproducts already being used in food. And we know how important the regulatory is for for the inputs as well. That's certainly been highlighted today. We're spending a lot of time and energy on this. We just had a meeting with the FDA actually this week about pursuing GRAS status for our growth factors. But most importantly, we have the potential to produce extremely sustainable inputs, with basically zero waste output and completely upcycled inputs. We built this platform with all of these things in mind: cost, scale, food safety, and sustainability. And when I said we can scale fast, I really mean it. This is what we've accomplished so far. So we launched our first product, FGF2, back in February. At the time, we were producing literally just enough for our own in-house testing. And we started sending out samples to many of you here in the crowd and realized we really needed to boost our production. So we hired a fantastic team of engineers who built, those Drosophila mansions I mentioned, this completely modular scale-out system that allowed us to hit 10,000 liters of supplementation capacity by July. And we're continuing to build this up well into the future. This is where we'll be going over the next 10 months or so. So this is specifically for FGF2, but you can assume a similar trajectory with all of our products. And we have a lot of certainty around this, again, because of this scale-out strategy. We don't run into the unforeseen challenges of scaling up. It's completely modular. So we can say with a fair bit of certainty, this is what our production capacity looks like over the next 5 years. So we anticipate, being able to hit around 2.5 million liters of supplementation capacity per month by 2026. And we can trace that directly to the footprint that's required, because again, it's completely modular. So to hit that number, to hit 2.5 million liters per month, it would actually only require about 2,000 square feet of dedicated facility. And if you're really interested in what that looks like and how we do this, you can come find us after. We can show you some cool pictures. So one of the big challenges with scaling is consistency. How do you build a system that scales well but produces consistent products? We know it's obviously very important as a manufacturer to be using consistent products from one batch to another. So shown here is performance of our FGF from 3 different batches compared to competitors. So these are C2, C12 cells cultured in growth media with our FGF2 versus a competitor. And this is showing the number of population doublings observed over a 24-hour period. So as you can see, not only do we see a faster rate of proliferation, but we also see very consistent performance from one batch to another. And this is something we've seen in our partners' hands with their cell lines as well. So now let's talk about everybody's favorite topic, which is cost. Scaling really only matters if we can do it cost effectively, right? We need to get down to price parity. We can only do that with inexpensive inputs. So these are our price projections over the next 5 years as well. And to be specific, these are prices, not our cost of production. So right now, we offer FGF2 for about $150 a milligram. You can find that price on our website right now. You just add it to a cart, checkout. It's like Amazon for growth factors. So as we continue to scale, the benefits that we'll see from the economy of scale will drive down our production costs, obviously, showing a trajectory that looks something like this. Ultimately, we know with inputs like FGF2, they need to be below, well below $1 a milligram at scale. Other products like, transferrin and albumin need to be much lower. These are, need to be unprecedented costs. So we also have transferrin available, which, as you've seen, Myoblast Fine Delicious. Albumin is something we're working on as well, prolactin, insulin, and a number of other bespoke products that we're working on with our partners. And if you're interested, you can see a complete product roadmap on our website. So again, we turn to the services of the ecosystem, and we steward the rearing of our insects and pay homage to the role that insects play in all food systems. regenerative agriculture, crop pollinators, even the crops that would produce competing products. Insects are there. And you know, this whole climate thing, if we don't get it right, insects will be there long after we are. And with actually incredible timing, the first PhD in cellular agriculture was recently granted. And yes, that incredible work used insects. As we look to new systems like cultured meat and cellular agriculture, we need to widen our view of the problems with our food system, or we're doomed to repeat the problems of the past. In the beginning of our story, animals' life and healthy soils beget the requirements for food. A balanced ecosystem operating in harmony until we came and scaled life out of the equation. And now we sit staring across a chasm of challenges. With the looming climate threat, we don't have the luxury of hoping for a miracle home run. We need to be focused on base hits. We need to focus on real, tangible steps in the right direction towards a more sustainable future of food production. As an industry, we do face a mountain of challenges, but Future Fields is very proud to be a part of this as we play some small part in the next agricultural revolution alongside all of you. So thanks everyone for your attention, really appreciate it. Again, thanks to the conference organizers. This has been fantastic. Chris and I are here for a few days. My understanding is Chris owes a few of you some beers, so please be sure to collect tonight. Yeah, thanks again for your attention. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to line up here.
Hi, I'm Jess Krieger. Great presentation.
Thanks, Jess.
I have a question about the expression systems for the recombinant proteins. Microbial systems aren't well equipped to do proper protein folding and post-translational modifications of proteins. What about Drosophila?
Yeah, so what we know is that pretty much all of the post-translational modifications and different types of protein folding are really well conserved in insect cells. That's part of the reason we chose it as well, is needing to produce high-functioning proteins. There's this misconception that growth factors work or they don't. It's not binary, right? There's a scale, there's a spectrum of function. And so having growth factors that function really well is really important, right? You need to induce cell proliferation really well. So from what we've seen, and we think that's part of our hypotheses of why we get better proliferation out of our products, is because the protein itself, it's better folded, possibly more stable, has the proper epitope decorations, post-translational modifications on the protein that are essential for protein function.
And do you think that's the case for your entire projected product portfolio?
Well, I can't say until we're doing it, but so far so good. FGF2 is a pretty simple protein. That's not a huge challenge, obviously, but transferrin, is glycosylated. It has some disulfide bonds in there, so definitely a more challenging protein, and we've seen really good performance with it as well. So can't say for certain, but we're pretty confident that we'll be able to produce most, if not all, proteins. The nice thing too is that if we do run into situations where there is some PTM that's not conserved in Drosophila for some reason, there's ways to put the enzyme into the background of that line as well, so that it can facilitate that modification.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
Hi, thanks, Matt, for such a wonderful talk. I'm Bree from New Harvest, and I loved your focus on the ecosystem and the soil and ecosystem services. I do think that's something the field oftentimes doesn't talk enough about. So do you think that those benefits of trying to go back to ecosystem services and preserve our soils is a guarantee in this field? Or do you think there's something that we should be doing as an industry to ensure that those impacts are achieved.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. I think that's kind of the point here is, we can't just rely on, systems that aren't going to fix the whole side of food production, right? It's not just about animal agriculture. So we need to be cognizant of employing methods and using sustainable inputs, right? It doesn't matter if we achieve commercialization of cultured meat if the inputs, the supply chain drags back in all that nasty environmental baggage. So absolutely, that's really important for this industry to consider and considering it right now as we're developing it.
Great, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now breaking for coffee break. And so please come back in about 30 minutes for our next presentation. It'll be actually a series of panels, and there has been some adjustments to the schedule, but feel free to take a look at the QR code on the agenda. If you are tuning in online, you don't need to close the window or close the YouTube link. We'll just take a pause and then continue in about 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Let's give it a round of applause for everyone who has been on stage today. Thank you so much. We are now in our last segment of day one. So thank you so much for attending. We're pretty excited about the next two panels that we have, followed by an evening reception under the dome. And so I know that with panels, we do want to open it up as much as we can. If you do have any questions throughout the panels, then feel free to ask your questions at the microphone and line up when Q&A session starts. With that, I'd like to introduce our next two panelists for the investment panel. And I think that this is going to be a nice and intimate conversation to really open things up. And so let's bring on James and Nate, and I'll have them introduce themselves in just a second. Thank you guys for being here.
Thanks for having us.
If you're familiar with some of our other programs, we recently hosted what we called CMS Astro, which was a little bit more broad than just cultured meat. We focused on topics of cellular agriculture specifically for space and in space. And James, you took us through a little bit of an introduction to what you and your team does at Level 1 Fund. But with that being said, I'd like to have each of us give an introduction, and we'll start with James.
Thank you. So I'm James. I'm the founding partner of Level 1 Fund. I started the fund about 3 years ago, and we're a sector agnostic fund, so we invest across lots of different industries, but I am really passionate about food tech, which is why I'm here, and particularly cultured meat. Before that, I was on the operation side of things, working in lots of different startups, ed tech, fintech, biotech, you name it. Did a lot of fundraising on the startup side, and then took that experience into the venture world.
Great. And Nate?
So my name is Nate Salpeter. I think I tripped and fell and ended up on the stage. I don't think anyone realized so I have a background in climate tech. I've been designing reactors for about 13 years, but I forgot to tell anyone it was nuclear reactors, not bioreactors. So fluid mechanics, experimental, computational, and whatnot. So healthy respect for the challenges this crowd faces. About 6 years ago, my wife and I founded an organization called Sweet Farm Foundation, which does a lot of things. It's a farm animal rescue, it's a place for plant-based agriculture, but we also incubate companies and help them through a variety of means, whether it's first-of-a-kind field trials, and through that process, we've placed a number of investments, and out of all of that, organically, a fund has grown. So we're currently raising a fund called Snowcap, which is broadly investing in climate tech. So food, of course, is a big piece of that.
Excellent. And if Sweet Farm sounds familiar, in addition to the expo booth in the expo hall, the CMS Fun Run usually, or actually has always benefited Sweet Farm. So if you purchase a ticket for the CMS Fun Run, proceeds go to Sweet Farm. But today we're here to talk about investing, specifically in regards to food technology. And so each of you have made investments in food tech companies, whether it's through the fund or as angels. Tell us about how you really started getting into food tech, or maybe even more broadly, just food tech investing.
So kick things off. So for me, it started a long time ago. It started with me asking how I can be more healthy as an individual. And as I got a better handle on that, I started asking myself how I can help others with the knowledge that I have, and then how can the dollars that I spend make an impact on our planet. When I started Level 1 Fund, I finally had the ability to do that at a more massive scale. So I wanted to start investing into food tech, food companies that are really creating paradigm shifts. And my first investment in the space was in a company you probably know called Just Inc. A very good friend of mine works closely with the company, invested in them a couple of years ago. And that was actually my segue into cultured meat because, as of course many of you also know, they have a division called Good Meat that has the chicken product on sale in Singapore. And then from there, kept getting deeper into cultured meat, talking to more folks in the industry. I also have a Substack blog, some of you may know, called Cultured Meat News, where I interview founders and experts in the space, try to help them get their stories out there and just educate more people about the good things that cultured meat is going to do for the planet.
Great.
So on my side, it was a little bit of a happenstance path. So out at Sweet Farm, like I mentioned, we do a number of projects and field trials, and we like to help the community any way we can. But about four years ago or so, we got a call from an unnamed person that said, hey, can we have your excess plant matter? And we said, how about we start with, hi, my name is, we're looking for this. And so we started to dig in a little bit, ask how we could actually help and get involved. Turns out it was actually two people who became good friends and are friends of many people here. So Ron Shigeta and Ryan Bethencourt. So friendship was born through that process. And then at some point, Ryan and I got together, and he said, hey, there's these couple of entrepreneurs in Singapore that are thinking about starting a company, and they just need this first check in. So at that point, Ryan and I co-invested as the first investors in Shiok Meats. And that was kind of the start of it. And from there, it's just continued to grow.
Shiok Meats was the first?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Now, prior to that, were you doing angel investments in other sectors?
So we did. I'm trying to remember the timing. I think my wife and I may have invested in Geltor's Series A. I forget the timing, whether that came first or second, but
Okay, but around the same time.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, and then for James, your team invested in Just, or now Eat Just Inc. At that time, were they working on the cultured meat product, which is now called Good Meat, or was the focus just the egg?
The focus was really just on the egg product at that time. I had known there was something with the chicken in the works, but it wasn't anything that I think anyone thought would be approved for consumption anytime soon. And when that happened about a year and a half ago, I think it took a lot of people by surprise, but something that was very exciting.
Excellent. And I'm sure the audience knows, but the Good Meat chicken product is on sale in Singapore, and the Good Meat portion of the Eat Just Inc. business went on to raise money specifically dedicated to just Good Meat. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
So that's really exciting, and I think as we dig into this a little bit more, I want to really ask the question about doing due diligence, because and Nate, I like how you said that it was not bioreactors, right? And so this is a pretty complex topic. And as the check sizes are getting bigger, what kinds of due diligence do you actually do as an investor, whether it's the angel round or it's with a fund? And I really ask that for those in the audience that are entrepreneurs that might be kind of approaching investors, what kind of due diligence is done?
I would say for myself, although I've worked in biotech, I don't have a deep science background myself. So it's really important to have experts who have worked in the industry, who have at least adjacent experience, who you can go to and show them a deal you're looking at and say, hey, does this make sense to you? Can this actually work? On another note, I think that when there's any industry that's hot, lots of people are going to jump in and try to do the same thing. You'll remember when Uber came out many years ago, everyone was trying to do a ride-sharing company. Then there was Uber for XYZ. In cultured meat, there are lots of companies jumping in, and that's great, but I think you need to really look for the founders and the teams that are outliers, and by that I mean the ones that are doing something different. Talk to as many companies as you can, talk to as many companies as you can find that are doing something similar to the one you're looking at, and then try to find the points of differentiation. I'm sure we'll talk at some point in this panel about the article that everyone's talking about, that notorious piece of writing that shook up the cultured meat industry, but that article does raise really good points, and it just puts into focus how important it is to really pick and choose very carefully, get to know the founders very well, and talk to lots of experts in the space.
So when I started out, I was in the space. I was quite naive. I am still quite naive, and I acknowledge that. And I think that's an important factor. So whether it's incorporating in expertise through your network, or if you're an angel investor just getting involved in the space, one of the ways that I started is actually with Lisa and Mary from Stray Dog Capital with Glasswall Syndicate. Great group of investors very early into the space that apply kind of group due diligence into the process. Since then, I've kind of evolved into reaching out to certain subject matter experts on the topic. But when it comes to looking at companies, there's a couple of things that I keenly look at. One is, do they have that clear differentiator, that wedge in their business model? Are they thinking about how they're going to integrate into an existing sector and supply chain that has been around for hundreds, if not thousands of years in some cases? So are they thinking about how do you actually disrupt these spaces? And is it actually disruption, or is it just integration? So we're looking for healthy thought processes on that side. And then other aspects to building any company, any startup. Do they know how to build teams? Do they know how to build company culture? The science is difficult. We all know it's difficult, but people are difficult too. And if you can't hold a company together, you have no shot at actually scaling a company.
So Ryan Bethencourt has been vocal about certain check sizes from anywhere between 10 to 25,000. When we're looking at such equipment and startup costs that are so high, does 10 to 25,000 really kickstart a company, or how? I guess what can you do with that really? And when it comes to biotech and food, is that enough?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it really depends on what is the model and what are you using that for. If it is, say, a founder or two founders that really just need that money to go out, run their first, do their first research reports or market analysis, collect some of those early aspects, bring in someone to help them pull together their first pitch materials, their first documents for their pitch room. That's where an investment on that size can really make a big difference. Now, if they've already raised a couple $1 million, that's a completely different story. But if the number is zero, that's oftentimes what a company like that needs.
Great. And James, level one fund, what is the typical check size?
On average, we're doing several $1 million check sizes, and with those check sizes, we're going B or later. Check sizes are increasing as the companies are more mature. Obviously, in the cultured meat space, a lot of companies are earlier on in their life cycle, so we scale the check size down a bit there, and then the idea is to invest early and then grow with the companies that we're backing.
Great. And for Snowcap, do you have a plan or part of the investment thesis what the average check size would be?
Yeah, so our plan is to lead Series C and potentially co-lead Series A.
Great. And going back to the question of some of those earlier investments or early stage investments, working on pitch decks and helping the team grow, that's a lot of kind of FaceTime, face-to-face work, right? You're really acting as kind of an advisor and investor. I mean, investors should be advisors, right? But how close do you work with the entrepreneurs? And I could ask that question to both of you.
So I'll go first on this one. So we've been working across sectors, and these kind of interactions take a number of different forms depending on where a company is and what resources they need. A lot of times these individuals are subject matter experts themselves, so knowing when to jump in and support and when to get out of their way is critical. So in some cases, we've been doing field trials, plants as biosensors, all sorts of stuff in whole different areas. In this space, we had, so one of the companies that we placed the very first investment in is Turtle Tree Labs. So Turtle Tree Labs is based in Singapore. Although they just opened their 24,000 square foot research space in Davis. But they reached out to us because they were a stealth mode company in a nascent sector with very little network here in the Bay Area, very little network in the space, and they were technologists. They were not PhDs in cellular agriculture, but they understood how to respect the science, how to build a team around that, and how to build a business. So we jumped in when a lot of other folks were kind of turning away when it came to opening up their network. So at that point, it was really about due diligencing who they were and what they were about, and then having that ability to open up our own network and help them get those first critical investors in their company. While we wrote the first investment, it was a very small one. The more important thing that we did was we helped them land some of their very, very strategic early investors.
Yeah, and for me, it's all about being a resource to the founders I invest in when they need me. I want to be a sounding board for them to bounce their ideas off of, and just want to help them stress test their ideas. I can't help them ferment, in a bioreactor any more efficiently, but I can look at marketing plans. I can connect them to folks who will be great value adds. I can bring in a lot more capital through my own network. So I just try to help in the best ways that I can, and that really is something that's different for every investor, and it just takes knowing your strengths and playing up to those.
We mentioned Glasswall Syndicate, and Stray Dog Capital has spoken at the Cultured Meat Symposium in the past. Maybe Nate, can you give us a really brief introduction to what Glasswall Syndicate is, because that's a name that has been thrown around quite a lot.
Yeah, or the vegan mafia, many different names for these groups. So Glasswall Syndicate is a group of impact investors, and it does include some, at this point, they're institutional scale. They've now raised their Fund 2 and even possibly Fund 3, but it's a group of investors that primarily invest in companies that are removing animals from the supply chain. So it's across not just meat and dairy, but it includes things like alternative leather and fur and a lot of different things. But they do a lot of work in CPG, so consumer packaged goods, as well as alt protein platforms such as many of the ones that we're talking about. So one of the things that they do is it's really a crowdsource in terms of bringing deals to the table, so typical syndicate, and very beneficial for getting involved and starting to learn and learning about the questions that are being asked of investors. If you are new to the space, that is, I can't recommend it highly enough to get involved with syndicate in this space, whether it's specific to this area or a broader syndicate in climate tech, if that's your interest.
Great, and I think we see deadlines, or maybe I shouldn't say deadlines, announcements for products coming out quite often in the world of cultured meat. And I was speaking with Steve Molino of the Clear Current Capital, which I believe is also a part of the Glasswall Syndicate, at least in some way, shape, or form. And I asked him the question of these, I guess, release dates. And when we're talking about Eat Just Inc. specifically, there have been release dates, pretty early release dates for quite some time before it eventually came out, and now that's a super exciting thing. And I will tell you the answer that Steve gave me in just a second, hopefully after I hear answers from you. But the question I asked was, is there investor pressure in saying that we're going to have a product very soon, right? Because when we have kind of common discussions at industry events like this, people always say like, oh, well, there's pressure from their investors, pressure from their investors. Is that true? Do you think that there's pressure from investors, a pretty strict pressure, to say that you're going to be announcing a product, especially or specifically in the cultured meat space, very, very soon? And maybe, James, you can start.
There's no pressure from me, because I know that the biggest thing we're all waiting for is when the first regulatory approvals will come out in the US and other countries. And the companies that I look at, the companies I'm starting to invest in, I know what the products are that they're working on, and I have faith in the teams. And a good example of that is New Age Meats. I invested in their Series A recently. They're a really phenomenal team and blew me away. And I don't worry about what they're working on behind the scenes because I really trust them and believe that they know what they're doing. So I just sort of am a bit more hands-off. And like I was saying a moment ago, you just add value in different ways. And definitely there are ways that investors can help out. Like maybe sometimes a founder needs a push in the right direction. But really it's a very nuanced situation that I think varies on a company-by-company basis. Like sure, there are things that you can help on or tweak here and there. But I think the most important thing is you need to invest in founders where you don't worry about having to push them, and you know that they're kind of doing what they need to do, and that you're just there as a resource for them whenever they need it.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Similar stance. We don't push our portfolio companies because we chose them for a reason. We chose them because we had faith that they would understand the value of a good pivot when it makes sense, and also we're investing in companies that do have a clear path to scaling and integration within a growing nascent market. So we are not. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not Bill Gates. I don't have a 20-year fund lifetime. So when we're choosing our investments, it really is investments that we do feel can scale, and then it's all about supporting them in that process.
And Steve Molino's answer was very similar, and I think we can debunk the myth that there is heavy investor pressure, mainly because I think investors that might add that pressure, and correct me if I'm wrong, but investors that might add so much pressure, they probably aren't looking to invest in technologies like cultured meat.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that cultured meat is in its relative nascency, and it's not something that tomorrow a switch is just going to be flipped and it's going to turn on. It takes time. The industry needs time to mature. So by investing in this industry, you kind of know that that's part of the game, and you have to have some patience.
Yeah, and if I could add one other thing. So when I got into this space, I brought a perspective from working in the nuclear industry. So public perception is always a big question mark, gaining public trust. You're developing technologies that take a long lead time. So I spent 5 years at Bill Gates' startup in Seattle developing new reactor types. And how do you take something from zero to a product, and something that may take decades and also require government oversight? There's a lot of similarities, and there's safety concerns in the nuclear space that there's other types of concerns in this space. And in many ways, it's the same because you're developing a new technology. In many cases, you are working alongside those regulators to help educate them in the process. So we're also looking for entrepreneurs that understand and respect that role that they have and responsibility they have to step into that and actually help those that are going to keep this space safe and trustworthy for the consumer. And if they're instead taking a lean back approach with the regulatory bodies, that's, for me, at least personally, a little bit of a red flag about how they can actually grow long term.
We mentioned it on this call, but the counter article by Joe Fassler, at least when I talk to different cultured meat companies, their response is one of two things. Either, no, this is all wrong, or it's BS for, excuse my French, or they'll say everything is absolutely correct. Like, yeah, well, we knew that. And so well, I guess maybe first I'll ask, what do you think about the article? And if you read the article, what are your thoughts on some sort of analysis like that?
I think that the article raises a lot of really good points, and it's important to have those kinds of critical pieces, especially early on in industry's life cycles, so that you know what challenges there are to tackle. And to go back to New Age Meats for a second, one of the reasons that I really believed in them is because I think they saw this thesis long before that article was written, and it's obviously very expensive, hard to scale for making products that are like 100% animal cell based. But if you weave in plant cells, fungi cells, et cetera, you can still keep the meat experience that is the reason why people eat meat, and then you can have it at a lower cost, easier to scale. And that doesn't mean there are no challenges there, but I think that it's sort of a sobering reminder to really check all your boxes as an investor, make sure that the founders you're investing in have plans for these things. And that's just, I think, a really critical way of how I diligence the company.
So I think intellectual honesty is a very important piece of it. And the article certainly raised a lot of these things that people had been talking about, not behind closed doors. That kind of sets a wrong tone. They've been very open with it, but hadn't necessarily been broadly talking about. So having that intellectual honesty about what are the challenges, what are the limitations currently, what's being done around that. Any major new technology, it seems like, has met similar resistance. This is possibly just one of the first hardest hitting or hard hitting ones to breach this space, and I don't really view it as a bad thing. I think it helps us keep the space grounded and continually adapting to what's only going to increase in terms of speculation around is there a future here?
And would you say that articles like this or criticisms against the industry is a sign of growth for the industry?
I think that in any new industry, be it digital music, cars, when incumbents are threatened by new disruptive technologies, they're going to kind of hit back, they're going to lobby, they're going to hit it from a regulatory front, they're going to put out a lot of pieces in the media. And not talking about this article specifically, but just in general, it's something to expect when there's a new disruptive technology. And if cultured meat works, like I think we all hope it will, it's going to be seriously disruptive to the meat industry. So over the years, as more progress is made, as regulatory approvals come out, I'd expect a lot more articles like this coming out.
And I completely agree. If I could add one aspect on socio-political factors is, generally speaking, I try not to invest with those considerations in place in terms of I prefer a company that can stand on its own and is not tilted by the whims of a particular party being in office, which raises an interesting point as to why, personally, I placed the first investment in two, not one, but two companies in Singapore. It was because there was a clear signal from a technocratic society that said, we are getting behind this. We have our 30 by 30 initiative. We want to be 30% food sustainable by 2030. And they had the right aligned motives. So here in the US, this is just starting to play out, right? $10 million put into Tufts University for the first Institute for Cellular Agriculture. And so it's starting to catch up here, and certainly with the USDA and FDA jumping on board, it's encouraging, but I just think there's still a lot of work and motivation that or encouragement that the space needs to continue giving not just one party but both parties.
Let's talk about Singapore for a bit, because we're talking about Chioc, we're talking about Turtle Tree Labs, and a little bit about Good Meat or Eat Just Think. Is there a kind of clear identifier as to why Singapore is so fast to move on regulation and or also putting money themselves into cultured meat and future food technologies? Why Singapore?
Yeah, so the 30 by 30 initiative, I think, is they are a very small nation. They're food dependent on their neighbors and the rest of the world. So that, I think, underpins the whole motive behind why they're behaving why they are in a good way.
Yeah, and there's that quote, necessity is the mother of invention. I think that in places like Singapore, other countries and regions in the world that can't really produce all of the food that they need, they have to be much more fast-moving on solutions. There's, of course, Singapore with approving Just Chicken product. The Qatari Investment Authority invested in Just. They're obviously a region that wants to have more control over their food supply. And there's just a lot of interest in those places to accelerate the timelines for these things. And I think it actually helps the rest of the world. While the U.S. still hasn't approved, cultured meat products for sale, I think that when Singapore approved Just product, it really was kind of a shock to a lot of countries, and I feel like a lot of regulators maybe accelerated their timelines a little bit or started looking at least a bit more closely at what they were doing. So it actually has an important kind of ramification on a global scale.
If you compare sort of needs between the U.S. and Singapore, so Singapore having food reliance issues, and in the U.S., we're high energy users, right? So you start looking at government dollars where they're being poured between the two countries. In the U.S., we're spending $12+ billion a year through the Department of Energy on technologies that are moving us towards more sustainable and carbon neutral and methods of producing energy. Whereas we don't necessarily have that same level of reliance on our food system. So it's no surprise that the investment has not been put in to date. So our work through Sweet Farm, for instance, during the transition team with the Biden-Harris administration, we met with the USDA transition team to help talk to them about the importance of this space, put in place experts to really capture this low-hanging fruit. And we draw on our experience in the energy space to point out these obvious disparities in spending when some of the biggest gains are potentially in the alt protein sectors. That said, I think it is important to be intellectually honest about some of the things that are required for this sector to really achieve maximum, or really maximize those reductions in emissions. So committing to renewables as your power sources and working with companies and suppliers that are also committed to those, I think it's an important thing for this sector to really get behind wholeheartedly.
Would you say it's common as someone who is making investments in a space to try to advocate for technologies to go in one direction or another?
I'd say for myself, like I mentioned earlier, I don't have the deep science background to say it should go in one direction or the other, but like I mentioned, I have a newsletter where I kind of amplify the voices of the people who do have the really informed opinions. So I think, at least from my perspective, I want to go into my network of people in the cultured meat space, find the ones who have really interesting, maybe even different opinions, and give them a platform to kind of talk to the world about it. And I think that's kind of where I can have the most value at.
One last bit about Singapore. We saw that there was a lot of regulation around cryptocurrency that caused a lot of people in other parts of the U.S. to actually go to Singapore to start their companies that are related to blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies. Do you think that there will be companies that will go to Singapore just to start cultured meat companies?
Well, if you look at Turtle Tree Labs, one of their founders is from the U.S. So yes.
That's the first one.
Yeah, so I'm just going to call that out. They have two co-founders, one from Singapore, one from the U.S. They intentionally chose where to start that company. And I don't want to speak completely for them, on that topic, but I think that paints a picture.
And I couldn't say what percentage of founders those countries will draw, but definitely, like with the Turtle Tree example, there will be some that go to these places, and undoubtedly those countries will capture a lot of value from the companies that are built there.
Great. Excuse me. So as we start to wrap up, I want to bring the conversation to Sand Hill Road. And we are in San Francisco here. Tech startups are always eagerly trying to get checks from Sand Hill Road VCs. And I think, Nate, you mentioned that one of your partners has a background with Andreessen Horowitz. And so do you think that we will start seeing Sand Hill Road VCs invest in cultured meat technologies?
So I can speak from our Sweet Farm experience, which has been over the past several years, we've been bringing together founders and bringing together investors out at Sweet Farm to build those bridges, to build those networks. That said, we don't tend to invite out the investors that are already in the space. That's a party. Nothing against having a party, but I think it's incredibly important to build those bridges to get those investors excited. So in 2019, we hosted our innovation dinner. We brought together around 25 to 30 founders of companies ranging from stealth mode all the way out to just before IPO. And we brought out another 20 or so investors from a lot of major institutional groups that did not yet have funds specifically in this space. Since then, several of them have spun up bio funds and invested in the space. So Andreessen Horowitz being one of them with their investment in BioMilk.
Oh, interesting. The recent announcement.
No, that's not a scoop. It's publicly available on the internet.
BioMilk with a Q. Oh, but part of that $21 million raise.
So they did it. This was years ago. This was
okay.
a couple years ago. So it's public. It's out on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah, I've thought about this question a lot, and my answer would be that I think most of the traditional Silicon Valley VCs tend to focus less on brands and more on sort of B2B picks and shovel suppliers to industries. And obviously, as I mentioned before, cultured meat is still a relatively new industry, and I don't think the size is at such a scale yet to support maybe unicorn-level B2B businesses. But I think the brands are a super important part of that because they are the companies that are going to trailblaze and push the industry out, get products into the hands of consumers, raise consumer awareness, work with regulators. So brands are an absolutely necessary part of it, but there's a bit more risk to it, and I think that that's maybe one of the reasons behind the calculus of other funds not to invest yet. But I do think that, again, if you believe in a brand and you're very passionate about it, you should back them and keep supporting them. And I think those are the companies that are actually going to lead the change in the industry, much like Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat did for the plant-based meat industry.
Great. Well, let's open it up to audience questions. If you have a question, feel free to line up on the microphone on the wall there. And this has been a very interesting conversation. And I see we do have one question. And actually, Sand Hill Road is not very far from Half Moon Bay. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's about 35 minutes by car. And while we're waiting on the first question, so one of the reasons why Sweet Farm was placed where it is because it's very central to the Bay Area. So Santa Cruz, Sand Hill Road, San Francisco, about 45 minutes from all of those places. And this one is a scoop. We haven't even done the public announcement. Sweet Farm this week is closing on a 50-acre property in upstate New York, about 30 minutes from Cornell's Food and Agriculture Technology Park. We will be doing a lot of the same programs, but with a different climate zone and a lot more space to be able to incubate amazing companies and help them in different ways.
Wow, very exciting. I think we have our question. Yeah, let's give it a round of applause for that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, sorry. I'm Alexia from Vitra Labs. I'm curious, when you're talking about pressure from investors, you mentioned that you don't have, obviously, a 20-year time span to look at these things. So when you're performing diligence, what are you looking at in terms of time spans, and how do you consider that? If you're looking at like an exit or whatever, how do you assess that?
I would say from my point of view, one of the big things is looking at the actual products that cultured meat companies are producing and looking at their kind of projections and ideas for how long it will take to get their products down to a price point that makes sense for consumers. And that's on the consumer end, but internally you want to make sure that the COGS for the products are at a pretty reasonable place, and you can kind of tell pretty quickly if they're not. So from the investor perspective, to make sure the company's healthy, that's one thing you want to look at. That's really key. And then from an exit perspective, again, I think that obviously these products will have to be approved for sale to consumers before that's going to happen, most likely. So that could be this year, next year, years away, who knows. But I think you don't need to have a specific date in mind. You just need to sort of believe in the companies, believe they're going to change the world and do what they've set out to do, and the rest will follow.
And I agree with that. And I could add that looking at what is their business model and thought process around how are they integrating into supply chain? Are they building their own? Are they working with others that own a $750 billion dairy supply chain? Or are you going to go build your own? That's a tough proposition, not an impossible one, but certainly questions that I personally ask during that process, because that will help determine what is the trajectory that they are on, and what kind of resources are involved. It's not impossible. It's just it takes a totally different trajectory. Great question.
Great. Well, thank you very much. That concludes our panel.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay. Can you get a mic for Paul and yourself? Yeah. Oh, looks like my mic is not working either. Okay, here we go. So we are about to transition to our next panel. You'll see us kind of going back and forth here. Let me get these two panelists a mic and we will get started. We had some adjustments to the schedule, but we promised you a Business for Good podcast live recording, and we shall deliver, or I should say Paul shall deliver.
Thank you.
And it looks like the microphones have now been delivered. Without further ado, I'd like to actually pass it off to Paul, and the stage is yours, Paul.
It is yours as well, Alex and Anita. Thanks so much. Great to be with both of you. Let's give these guys a round of applause for organizing yet another exciting conference. I presume for nearly everybody in the room, it is certainly for me, this is the first in-person conference we've been to since the pandemic began, so we're grateful to you for bringing some semblance of normalcy to us back. I don't think semblance is a word, but some semblance of normalcy back to us, so thank you for that.
It's great to be back. and I was jokingly going to say that the last in-person conference I might have been to was CMS19, but I don't think that's true.
Yes, and it's great to have Paul back. I think Paul actually does deserve like some sort of medal because he's the only person who has been in all 4 CMS, except for Alex.
Maybe Brian Sylvester?
No, he has 3. I talked to him.
He has 3? Oh, okay.
Brian, what a faker. Okay, well, cool. I'll take the medal and the trophy and the ribbon, whatever you guys are going to do. But, so welcome to the 77th episode of the Business for Good podcast. It's great to be with both of you here. The business that you all are running, the Cultured Meat Symposium, is part of this interesting empire that you all have built over the last 4 years, because you all, 4 years ago, were not entrepreneurs in the space. You weren't investors in the space. You weren't scientists in the space. You were just 2 people who were dating. You were not married at that time. Now you are. But you were dating at the time, and you had this interest in this topic, and you thought, let's start a podcast on this. And nobody was doing any podcast on the topic. What led you to want to do something like that together, or apart?
Well, I'll start by saying it was originally, I guess, ideated at I think it was a Google office, and one of our team members, Yuri, who's in the AV room right now, works at Google, and we would get together with Cyrus and Yuri and Anita, and we would just go into conference rooms maybe once a month, and we would start thinking about different ideas to execute. And we had some pretty wild ideas, from software apps to do-it-yourself sous vide machines to Bluetooth speakers that would be in your shower, and this is before the days of Alexa. So we actually would get together once a month and come up with a lot of kind of crazy ideas that would be just fun to execute. And then one day Anita thought like, hey, have you guys heard of cultured meat? And I'll let you take it from there.
Anita, how had you even heard of cultured meat at this point? This is like back in 2017. What was it that did you know about the Mark Post burger? Like, what was it?
Right, I think it was definitely an article about the Mark Post burger. And then because I grew up on a farm in Germany and I became vegetarian very early on because I was, my parents took me to the slaughter, I think when I was 5 years old, of our cows. And then I really was confused about what's happening and I decided I'm going to stop eating animals, and I just never questioned it from then. And then when I saw the Mark Post burger, I thought, this is so cool. Like all the people around me, they want to eat meat, but I don't want the animals to die. And maybe this is a solution. So that's when I started to look into cultured meat.
Wow. Okay, well, what a world that has now come about, because now all of us are here because you were meeting in that room, and now we have this great conference that we've been coming to. So for those of you who don't know, so not only is Anita a vegetarian, but she makes the best bread. My wife and I went to their house recently, and the first thing when we got in the car, when we left, she said, I need to up my game, because they had this spread of food, like hors d'oeuvres. It was like artwork. It was unbelievable. I felt bad eating it. It was like cubes of watermelon and unbelievable spreads of vegan cheese. It was, it put my wife, who is a vegan cookbook author, to shame, and so she felt like she needs to do better because of you.
We cannot forget the just egg omelets.
I don't forget that. It was really good.
And I think you called Josh Tetrick like after you ate it, and we had a conversation with him about it.
Yeah. Well, he has now been invoked in this in this at least. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun. Okay, so you guys then you're doing a podcast. At what point are you thinking, hey, we actually want to start a conference? Because most of these conferences are put on by conference organizing companies, right? These companies, that's all they do. They just put on conferences around the world. It's a very lucrative business opportunity, actually. A lot of these high value conferences where people in the industry, their employers pay, and so you have these like 4-figure tickets that people are buying. And you thought, let's just do a conference. You don't have any conference organizing experience, I presume. Why?
Right. I think so. First, we got in that, when we were in this room, we first decided, let's create a cultured meat company. And then we started to plan, okay, what do we need to do? And then we figured out, we don't really have too much knowledge in this space. And also, we don't know anyone else who's working on that. So we are only the 5 of us, and we don't know anything about this. And then we decided maybe it's not the best idea to start a company right away. Maybe we should get connected to some people first. And then we didn't know, okay, what's the best way to get connected to people? And then we had the idea of the podcast. So we reached out actually to you, I think one of the first people, and we were so excited that you replied to our email. And that's just how it grew. Yeah.
I was just going to say, we might have also emailed Mark Post's university email because it's just public online, and he didn't respond.
Oof, weak. Okay, well, he may have had more to do at that time than I did, so I'll give him the pass on that. But I do remember getting the email, and I was like, oh, that's cool, they're going to start this. That's exciting. And then we did our first of, I think we've now done 2 episodes together, so I'm glad to be a repeat guest on the show. I hope to be like the Tom Brady of the show, though. I want to come back and three-peat, and I think he's at 6 or 7 now, actually, so we'll see what we can do.
Well, we're almost at episode 100, and
wow.
So it's actually crazy to think of how many episodes have actually kind of come out, and yeah.
So let me just ask you, you are putting on conferences together, you are also doing a podcast together, and we're going to talk about other projects that you're doing together. I just got to keep it real, how is this on your marriage? I mean, this is hard.
Yeah, I did receive a text a couple minutes ago from Alex saying we need to be friends on the podcast and we need to say the same things. I mean, it's challenging sometimes, but it's also a lot of fun. I think it's more fun than trouble.
And I think I could speak for everyone on the team that the first year we actually put on CMS in 2018, that seemed like just a totally different animal than what we figured out in 2019, and then what we transitioned to online for 2020, and now 2021.
So less stress now than before, now that you're getting the hang of it?
I would say different.
A lot.
Different stress. Okay, I mean, I don't want
Good stress.
I don't want to touch any sore topics here, but is there domestic disharmony as a result of this?
Oh, not necessarily between Anita and I, but I think
It's you and Cyrus.
well, yeah. and Cyrus is really leading everything with operations, insurance, contracts, and everything like that. I think different stress in that, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Whereas like before, we were really getting together and thinking like, okay, how are we going to manage like the coffee at a conference, right?
Yeah, all of us had 0 event experience, pretty much.
Yeah, wow. Okay, well, let's get down to the cultivated meat of the matter then. So, you know, in 4 years of running this conference, a lot has happened, a lot has changed, but some things have remained the same. Still 0 grams of cultivated meat have been sold in the United States and nearly anywhere else in the world, which I think many people 4 years ago would not have predicted in this space. Maybe some would be that, you know, would have thought that, but I know I didn't think that, and we've been proven wrong. So if you look back and you could go talk to Alex and Anita in 2018 and tell them that that's the case, that 4 years later there still was 0 grams of the product sold, do you think you would have been incredulous? Do you think you would have thought, oh, that's too pessimistic? Like, what would you have thought when you look at the state of the industry today? Because, you know, there's hundreds of millions of dollars more in the space today than back then. There's way more companies, way more investor interest. But in some cases, you know, you don't see commercialization. So not really in some, in nearly all cases. So what would you have thought back then?
Right, so I'm actually very amazed on how far we've come, because so when I first got interested in cultured meat, I was still in a lab back in Germany, and I was working in a group that was doing muscle tissue engineering for medical purposes, right? And the professor that I was working for, he was actually vegetarian himself, so I thought I need to talk to him about it because he's definitely going to love that. And then I had a meeting with him, and I got into the room, and he prepared like a pile of that many like research papers for me, and he like put it in front of me, and he said, "These are all the reasons why this is a really terrible idea, and we don't need to like talk about it too much more." And I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know what to do. So I think now, I mean, today we were tasting cultured sushi, so I think it's pretty impressive how far we've come in only 4 years, because I think, yeah, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I mean, to Anita's point, I think maybe grams sold, that hasn't changed, but grams served at the Cultured Meat Symposium has gone up tremendously.
Infinitely, actually.
Yeah, but you know, I was just chatting with Brian Spears of New Age Meats, and I remember that as we were planning the first CMS, I met with him at a coffee shop, and he's like, yeah, I think we're going to go into IndieBio, right? And I just spoke with him, and their team is I think, over 30 now, and they are doing amazing things. And so I think that's just one example of the many different companies that have done things that if you were to tell me that these companies would do so much in 3-4 years, including the Better Meat Co., I would have said, I don't know about that.
So you'd say now you are today, 4 years on, more bullish on the space than you were when you started?
100%.
Yes.
Cool. So let's say you'd been on that last panel, and you were investors in the space, and you're interested in helping to remove animals from the food industry, and you essentially have a few options, right? So you can invest in plant-based companies, you can invest in cultivated companies, you can invest in fungi companies, and you have, you know, a limited amount of money to invest. Would you put it all into cultivated? Would you put some of it into some of the others? Would you put all of it into others? Like, where would you put your money? So when this conference blows up and you're making a huge amount of profit and you want to put it all back in the industry, where are you going to put that money?
Did you say limited or unlimited?
No, you have a limited amount of money, sadly.
I guess.
Like, what would you be predicting is going to be the best way to? Of course, I'm not saying that they can't be complementary. I'm just saying, you know, maybe you divide it half and half between two of them. I don't know. But what would you say you would bet on for the most likely ways to reduce the number of animals used for food?
Yeah, I'll take this one. So I think in the early days, it was really interesting because we saw companies coming out saying like, I'm doing, you know, we're going to be creating beef muscle, or we're going to be creating pork fat, or, you know, we're going to be creating, you know, X, Y, and Z. And I think now, and especially with the amount of companies that are in the space now, speakers that have been on even this stage here today, we're starting to see more companies evolve that are specifically focusing on specific aspects of supporting the industry. And so I think that supporting the industry is something that we are going to see that these companies are going to actually get a lot bigger. I think also the amount of money that has gone into a lot of these companies is really insane, thinking that the entire industry didn't even have a $100 million in investment, whereas now individual companies have 100 million plus. So I don't have the answer for like exactly what kind of company, but I think a company that's supporting the industry in some way, shape, or form.
Interesting. What about you, Anita?
Right.
Would you invest in more than cultivated meat, or would you put it all in cultivated meat?
I think I would evenly distribute it between all categories because I do think so. If it was for me, like I mean, I'm vegan, so I would be totally fine on a plant-based diet. But I just realized, I mean, there's just so many people in this world that will always, no matter what, they will not like to eat something vegan. Even sometimes I made the experience, I bake a cake and I bring it to a party and people eat it and then like they're like, oh, this is so tasty, can I have a second slice? And then somebody will mention like, is this a vegan cake? And I'm like, yeah, it's vegan. And they're like, yeah, no, I'm good, I don't want another slice. And I think it's just like, I don't know what it is because I don't understand it personally because to me it doesn't make sense, but I just know so many people in my like friends and family circles that just will, no matter what, they will always be like, no, I need my meat and it needs to come from an animal and it needs to be meat. So I think cultured meat is really the best shot to really have it meat because it is meat, right? It's from an animal, so that argument doesn't make sense anymore to say, oh, it needs to come from an animal because it is an animal, right? So it's animal cells. So that's why I think cultured meat is definitely important, but I do think the vegan community is growing and growing too, so I think we do need more vegan and plant-based options too. So I think, yeah.
You're going King Solomon, split that baby right down the middle.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you just reminded me of one of my favorite jokes, which is somebody says, here, you want to try this apple? And they say, yeah, sure, that's good. By the way, it's vegan. They said, I knew it tasted funny. Okay, so I asked Larissa Zimberoff, the author of Technically Food, earlier in the day, and I'll ask you now the same question. Plant-based meat has been on the market for decades. In fact, the very first recipe for plant-based meat ever recorded in human history was more than 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago in ancient China, the first patent on plant-based meat was filed in 1899 by John Harvey Kellogg, yes, of Kellogg's, and it was granted. And now you have, of course, hundreds of more patents in this space. You have huge amounts of money going into it, really big companies, big IPOs, and so on. And yet plant-based meat is still not at 1% of the total volume of meat. And the number of animals who are being raised for food continues to rise, both in the US and around the world. And in the places where it'll matter the most, like China and India and so on, meat demand is only going up, not down. So my question for you is this. With huge amounts of money going into plant-based meat, and it still is not 1% of US volume of meat sold, when do you think cultivated meat will comprise 1%? Because the whole purpose of this entire endeavor, of course, is to try to create a more sustainable food supply that's less reliant on animals and more reliant on either cells or fungi or plants. And so the question is, when do you predict cultivated meat will reach not just commercial sales, but actually get to 1% of the total meat market?
I don't think it needs to, right? And that's not really the answer I think a lot of people want to hear. But I think the idea is that we need to change the meat that we're eating, and it's not that we need to replace the meat that we're eating with something like Impossible Foods in a plant-based form or cultured meat. I think what we need to do is kind of stop eating as much meat. And maybe if we want to have a luxury experience, go out for a cultured meat steak from Ella Farms or burger from Mosa Meat. And so I think that how we need to think about things is that we should be changing the way we eat. And I always hear this idea of, the name is escaping me, but Meatless Monday. Right? And I think Meatless Monday actually sounds like a terrible idea. It should actually be like Meatful Monday, where the only day of the week you eat meat is Monday. And so I think it's not that we'll be replacing one-to-one. I think we'll see a lot of new foods come into the market, hopefully, that we start changing our diets like that.
What do you think, Anita? Do you want to evade the question also?
Right. Well, I don't know when it's, like how long it's going to take, but I know that everybody that I know that's working in this industry is definitely working as hard as they can to make it happen as soon as possible.
Sure.
So yeah, I don't know how to put a number of years or months or
And it could also
decades
be
on
that
it.
it could also be a hybrid approach. As how do you define cultivated meat? People like
Right.
Brian Spears of New Age Meats will say you don't need that much of the meat to be animal cells. That you can actually have majority plant-based and have a small portion of it be cultivated animal cells.
I was just going to say, I do think of Just Egg in this example, right? Because I think Just Egg is a product that is better than the actual egg. And once you have that option to either get an egg or get Just Egg, like the liquid Just Egg, I think that we can easily get to 1% of all eggs. I don't think it's there yet, but I know it's in the millions sold. But I think if you look at that, it's something that it's better, it's more convenient. Sure, right now it's more expensive, but hopefully that won't be the case in the future.
Yeah, okay. Well, I do want to ask you, because the conference is called CMS, which is convenient because every name anybody calls it begins with a C, right? Whether it's clean meat, cultivated meat, cultured meat, cell-based meat, it always begins with a C. Like nobody's proposed any name that isn't C-based, it seems. But the Good Food Institute recently did this survey where they found that 3/4 of the companies in the space are using cultivated now, and there's been a wide shift, according to their survey of the CEOs in this space, to cultivated away from cultured, and it seems like there's not much desire or appetite for cell-based. So, are we going to have in 2022 the Cultivated Meat Symposium, or will this remain the Cultured Meat Symposium?
I think it will remain the Cultured Meat Symposium, but people can call it whatever they want. I think we even had a post ourselves where we called it the Cultivated Meat Symposium.
Wow. Okay,
But-
why cling on to cultured when it seems like people are moving toward cultivated?
Right. I don't know. I think we just started with it, but actually the Good Food Institute did ask us in the beginning to change our podcast name from Cultured Meat and Future Food Podcast to Clean Meat and Future Food Podcast. So I'm glad we didn't do that because now we would have to change it again. So, yeah.
Yeah, and so, I mean, if we did change it to, Clean Meat Symposium, then we would be changing it, right?
Right.
But we didn't change it because we saw that cultured meat was what most people internationally recognized it as. And clean meat not only didn't translate well to different languages, but also didn't sit well with the meat industry. And I have to bring up clean meat, even though it's a term that we're not using these days, is because cultured meat is working for us. And now we actually have a lot more data. And the data that we have differs from the Good Food Institute data. And so cultivated meat does not perform better on our data. But with that being said, we'll call it Cultivated Meat Symposium.
Yeah, we even printed stickers that said, I love cultivated meat, and stickers that say, I love cultured meat.
Wow.
Right.
So, I mean, we don't really have a strong opinion about the name.
If we did kind of go based off of the data that we have, like this would be called the Synthetic Meat Symposium.
I don't know who you're polling on this. It must just be detractors who want the industry to fail.
Well, it's really anybody who is interested in finding what, if somebody is doing a search to find cultured meat or cultivated meat and they're not in the industry, what do they call it? What do they think about it as? Mm-hmm. And it's not cultivated meat. It's usually cultured meat or cell-cultured meat. Maybe that's because the name has stuck around. But if you ask a lot of folks, like, for example, Ira Van Alen, she'll tell you that the names have changed, so many times over the next, 10, 20, over the last, 10, 20, 30 years. And so, we'll probably see different names. Now we're getting to a point where USDA and FDA is getting more involved, so it is more important to kind of sit well with the name. And I love the example Bruce Friedrichs gives about the alligator pear, which was the former name of the avocado. But I don't think that's the big issue now. I think we do need to fight for what cultured meat is and is not. We'll call it cultivated meat, and we'll try to avoid the name lab-grown meat. But even lab-grown meat is something where a lot more people recognize, not about consumer perception, about positive or negative, but a lot more people do recognize it. So I think we'll probably just use the name that most people recognize until it's hopefully just called meat.
Yeah, I do agree with that in that, you know, nobody calls ice artificial ice anymore, right? As we've talked about before, like, you know, there was an ice industry, a natural ice industry for hundreds of years where ice was harvested from lakes, and then all of a sudden you had the advent of industrial refrigeration, and that original ice was called artificial ice, and that's what they thought it was. It was human-made ice, and so it was artificial. And now we all have artificial ice makers in our homes. We call them freezers. We don't think there's anything unnatural about it at all. And I think eventually it will just be meat, and that's where we'll go. I do want to ask just a quick pivot here because, Anita, you are identified on our screen up here as the founder and CEO of Balletic Foods. So you are dipping your toe now, not just into something that you said you didn't know about, podcasting and conference organizing, but also into entrepreneurship and starting your own company, which I understand is a fermentation-based company. So I'm eager to hear, what is Balletic Foods and what are you doing there?
Right, so as I mentioned in the beginning, we always, like 4 or 5 years ago, we did get in that room together and we said we're going to create a cultured meat company. So I always did have the idea of a company, but then I guess just things happened and then it didn't become an actual company. We created CMS and a podcast and everything, like life got busy. But I still, in the back of my head, I was always thinking about, like, if I created a company, what could that be in this space? And as we just learned more and more and more about this space, I just felt like, okay, I don't just want to create another cultured meat company anymore because, yeah, it just didn't feel right. And so now with Balletic Foods, we're creating recombinant protein. So we're actually creating meat protein. So it's not that we're not creating the actual animal cells. We're not culturing the animal cells because I did learn there's a lot of challenges with that. So we're creating recombinant meat protein that can be used for as an ingredient pretty much for different applications.
Cool. Are you able to divulge what species or what types of animal proteins you are seeking to ferment here?
Not yet.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm really looking forward to learning more about it. I know that's a really interesting thing that I know companies like Bond Pet Foods are doing something similar to that as well. I don't know if you are...
Right, yeah. Similar, yeah.
Similar, but you're better, right, of course. Very cool. I really look forward to that. So for people who aren't necessarily familiar with what that means, you want to tell them, like, so you are not doing fermentation to get the biomass here. You're actually using your own microbes in order to create real animal proteins that don't involve an initial biopsy at all.
Right, that's correct. So pretty much we're inserting the DNA, the genetic code for the proteins that we're trying to create into microorganisms that will then pretty much be like miniature factories creating our protein, and then we can purify it from there and we'll have like a protein isolate. And so the results is just protein, so it's not actual animal cells in there, and the organism that we're using will also not be in the final product. So the product is pretty much just protein. So it's similar to what Perfect Day is doing or Clara Foods, but for meat.
Exciting. All right. Well, I can't wait to learn more and hear about your big seed round, which I'm sure will be a very massive number. So let me also ask you, so I'm really intrigued by this idea that you, as a married couple, are doing all these projects. I can assure you that if my wife and I were doing all these projects, it would lead to divorce. So I'm, you know, you have the podcast, you have the conference, now you're starting your own company, although, Alex, I don't think you're involved in that. I hope not, at least.
Just as a partner. I mean, not a business partner, as a husband.
Okay, good. Just keep it that way. But you're also now doing a book together, a children's book. So tell me about this. What led you to think, this would be a good use of our time? We're going to write a children's book? What's it about?
I guess I'll start with the origin story. It was probably the end of 2018. I was in Berlin at ProVeg, and I was getting a tour of the ProVeg incubator space, and we had just had ProVeg on the Cultured Meat and Future Food podcast. And they were explaining the importance of educating children about why we should not eat animals. And that was really interesting to me because at the same time, a lot of the companies that had just presented at the conference hosted by Dr. Mark Post in Maastricht, a lot of the companies would go on stage and say, you know, this is our research. We think that this is going to be a viable option in the next 10 to 15 years. And so, I was, chatting with Anita and some of the other folks that that are, could potentially make this happen. And we thought, well, who's going to be making purchasing decisions in the next 10 to 15 years when perhaps these cultured meat products are available? And those are, today's children. And so the book, which is entitled "Where Do Hot Dogs Come From?" is a way to kind of educate parents and younger children that there are different ways to make food or to make meat. And I don't know if he is still here, but Gabe is might be in the audience. He's our illustrator. And
Gabe is there.
And
raise your hand.
Oh, there we go. He was behind the column. But I also want to say that it stems a lot from Anita's experiences. So I'll pass it off.
Right, so as I mentioned, I grew up on a farm in Germany, and when I decided I was going to be vegetarian, I really didn't even know that that's a thing. I didn't even know what a vegetarian was. And then my parents told me, so you're going to be vegetarian? I'm like, what does that mean? Or like, if you don't eat animal product, or if you don't eat meat, you're a vegetarian. I'm like, okay, that's what I'm going to be. So yeah, so I felt like when I was little, like nobody even, like it wasn't really an option, and nobody educated me about it, and everybody just thought I was a crazy little girl, like that, I don't know, they'd still put like meat on my plate all the time, and they're just like, why would she not eat that? That's so weird. And I just feel like we have to just tell our children, or we have to tell children that there are alternatives. You can't just like force children to eat meat without sharing with them that there are alternatives to it.
Very cool. Well, when is the book coming out? Will it be available for holiday gifts in 2021?
It will be. So we just hosted a successful Kickstarter. So thank you for any backers. I see a couple in the audience. Thank you for the backers of the Kickstarter campaign.
And you got one of them on stage with you too.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
And we are now testing out prints, and I see Gabe back there. And it'll actually be ready next month. So in actually a couple of days, we'll start shipping some of the first books out.
Yeah, if anyone is interested in learning more about it, the URL where you can learn more about it is just hotdog.fyi.
So hotdog.fyi. Okay, cool. All right, as we begin to wrap up, as you know, as listeners of the Business for Good podcast, every episode there's always two questions that get asked to guests. So I hope you've had time to pre-consider. But first and foremost, you all are up to so many things. So for anybody who's thinking, wow, what a power couple, these guys are so awesome, I want to be more like them, what resources do you offer? Are there any things that you've read, that you've seen, that you've really enjoyed, that you found useful, that you would recommend to other people to guide them in their journeys as they embark on trying to do some good in the world like you all are doing?
So I listen to a lot of audiobooks and podcasts that just like inspire me, and yeah, Paul's podcast, for example, is a good resource, I think. But yeah, in general, yeah, I just like to listen. Like when I'm doing things, I just have like my headphones and I listen to things. Yeah.
And for anybody who is new to the space, anything from New Harvest or the Good Food Institute are fantastic places to start, really good resources. But lately, Protein Report, I believe it's proteinreport.org, has been a really great resource, aggregate of really what is happening in the space right now.
Right, and one more resource to add for scientific people in the room. The Mark Post Conference is the #1, I think, scientific conference.
In the Netherlands.
Everywhere. So it's going to be virtual, actually happening in the end of November.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. All right, well, we'll include links to all of those in the show notes for this episode. And finally, I know, Anita, your answer to this question, since you just started your own company to do this, but there's a lot of ideas out there. There's only so many things that any individual can do. And a lot of the times people in this space have lots of ideas for companies that they wish existed that don't exist, or they wish that somebody would tackle this problem that hasn't yet been tackled. So do you have any thoughts of what you're not doing that you wish somebody else would take up? Maybe somebody listening to this episode right now who would say, Alex and Anita think I ought to do this. Maybe I'll start this company.
Well, so I don't know if this is actually possible or like I don't know too much about it, but I noticed that there are some plant-based fish options now where they pretty much take like a melon or like a tomato-based, like you can like boil tomatoes and then it looks like sushi. And I was thinking it would be super cool to genetically engineer like tomato to make it actually produce fish protein, and then you can harvest that and then it's like a cool tomato like fish protein sushi type of thing.
That is really cool. I think that you would make Larissa Zimberoff's blood boil if that happened. She's like cringing listening to this. I think it would be pretty cool to see. I know that there is already the tomato that can withstand the freezing. They engineered it to have like some fish gene in there.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, well, for any of you would-be entrepreneurs or wantrepreneurs out there, you can try making a tomato-based sushi that actually has real fish protein. What about you, Alex?
I think that as we've seen more and more resources in cultured meat, what is starting to get really exciting, and I don't think there's quite a forum on the topic yet, is a kind of cultured meat symposium, but instead of cultured meat, it would be about cultured leather products. And I was just speaking to some folks from In Vitro Labs. I don't know if there's a large forum dedicated to these types of material technologies using cellular agriculture yet, but I think that could be interesting.
Yeah, that would be really cool. In fact, there's some really interesting companies forging real partnerships now with like Stella McCartney and Adidas. They're doing mycelium leather, so it's not quite cellular agriculture, but it's still really cool. And even Pinatex, which is using upcycled pineapple plant leaves, is creating real partnerships and creating leather-type products from the pineapple industry. So that would be awesome. I know that there is a GFI-type organization now, the Materials Innovation Initiative, which is designed to act like a Good Food Institute for the animal-free material space, but maybe they'll be the ones to put on that conference.
Right, and I think there's actually a new podcast that started. I forgot what exactly it's called, or I forgot the person's name who started it too. Do you remember?
We'll put that in the show notes too. But the first episode is from the Material Innovation Institute or
initiative. Cool.
Initiative, yeah.
Okay, well, very cool. Well, I know that I speak for everybody who is here at this conference and everybody who's virtually streaming and everybody who wants to attend this conference in expressing real gratitude to both of you for being the progenitors of this conference, for sticking with it through not only the pandemic, but now the post-pandemic, and bringing us all together to create a real industry, not just a movement of people who are interested in this theoretical challenge, but a real industry where there's real dollars and real companies that are doing great things. And hopefully next year, we're going to have a 10-fold increase in the amount of cultivated meat that's being served at CMS 2022. So please give a round of applause to Anita and Alex.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you very much to everyone here. Thank you, Anita. So I'm on stage already, so I'll just say that we are transitioning now to the evening reception. So over the next few minutes, feel free to make your way over to the Dome. The Dome, if you're not familiar with it, that's where the New Harvest Gallery is, as well as where badge pickup was earlier today. For those of you tuning in online, thank you so much for being with us. And keep in mind that if you're with us in person, you do need to bring your badge tomorrow. We cannot reprint the badges. There is a reprinting fee that applies. So please be sure to bring your badge tomorrow. And thank you very much. I'll see you, everybody, under the Dome.